And hello everyone, welcome to the stream. So, as I played every single Resident Evil game, actually there's a lot of Silent Hill games that I didn't play, and one of them is actually the one that was released second, plain novel Silent Hill, that also supported downloadable content that is lost forever now. Sadly, I cannot play DLC that was released for it about the boy Andy, who is one of the survivors of the very first game. Nobody knows about him, anything. Alright, same as usual, I'll be playing on the real hardware, on the Game Boy. Indeed. Let's start it. I need to check the sound, but they will be, I guess, short full motion video. We'll check it finally. Yeah, mobile systems, that's not... Okay. It's not very loud, I think. Now let's check the sound on stream. Test, test, test. Hello, Mr. Zedek. You played the first three, Shadow Memories and Downpour. Wait a second, let me skip this. So, there's downloadable content here, but it's not working, I'm not even going to try it. And there's achievements as well that you can unlock here, as I understand. The room, actually, it was the second Silent Hill that I played myself, and the first game on PC that I played when I got PC in 2000. Wait a second. 5 maybe? It was released 2004, right? So you didn't play Homecoming. I hope that you will not even try to play it. Alright, start. Hmm. And also there's like flowchart like in Zero Escape games. Also there's supposed to be music, but right now there's none. Yes, indeed it was, and it's actually like reimagining of the first game, same like Shattered Memories, so there's different endings, and you can play as Sybil as well, but it's visual novel, it's not a real game. Okay, let's see. It's been a while since I have taken a vacation. I'm driving my Jeep, heading toward the quiet resort town of Silent Hill. The sound of the engine reverberates in the darkness. Due to some slight car trouble earlier, it has become this late. And I believe this is the sound of his car, oh my god. I'm Harry Mason. I'm a run of the mill writer. Her eyes closed, Cheryl sleeps peacefully in the passenger seat. Cheryl's my daughter, she is cheerful and lively, and the occasional carefree smiles that she shows me make me feel happy. I don't have very many relationships with people because of what I do for a living, so Cheryl's existence has become irreplaceable to me. Cheryl was very much looking forward to this trip. Also, babe, this is still very much a mountain road. At this hour, there little reason for any other drivers to be about. I push in the accelerator. There's no light off in the darkness. I can depend only on my headlights. Common? Average? Had never heard this. Thank you for clarification. Light reflects all the rear view mirror. It's a motorcycle. There's a motorcycle headed toward the same destination as we are, at terrific speed, at this late hour. With a road, the motorcycle effortlessly passes by the side of my Jeep. The seals of the police. Perhaps there has been an accident or something, but I don't recall hearing about an accident or anything on the radio. Cheryl is sleeping. A child should not be awake at this hour. I wonder if she is dreaming about something. Tomorrow I have planned to take her to the amusement park. Maybe she's dreaming about riding the merry-go-round? I glance over at Cheryl's sleeping face and then return my eyes forward. The lighted area of the road almost appears to be belched out from the darkness as it moves toward me, huh? Something enters my field of view. Finally, this sound has ended. It's been the motorcycle from just before. It is lying on its side on the shoulder of the road. No doubt about it. It's the same motorcycle that just passed me. There's no sign of the driver. It looks like the driver smashed into the surface of the rocks by the side of the road while trying to avoid some kind of obstacle. And sounds that part of the motorcycle has been destroyed. Maybe they will finally explain what happened to Sybil at the very beginning. Carefully check the way in which my vehicle is headed. However, I don't see anything that could be an obstacle to my advance in the area illuminated by the headlights. A strange atmosphere creeps in around me. The radio reception begins to become erratic. Perhaps I should turn back, but my foot persistently pushes down the accelerator with no intention of letting off. You can no longer turn back now. Something murmurs within me. Please increase your speed some more. Someone murmurs within me. Cheryl's eyes are closed. She is dreaming. I know that I should be awake, but what is this uneasy feeling? I feel as if my body is not totally my own. It's like someone, some strange being that is not me, is controlling me, like I'm floating. My eyelids are heavier. The steering wheel lifts my hand. It creates the illusion of setting the course on its own. Freezing cold, uneasiness, almost like being ready to fall asleep. I'm just barely conscious, and now at my limit to maintain even that. When I saw the human figure on the road, I caught the wheel hard, and then there was nowhere else for my jeep and I to go but down into the darkness below the cliff. The silence pierced my ears, and the wind blew. It was accompanied by a piercing cold. Where am I? I can feel light faintly passing through my eyelids. I don't seem to be hurt. Much is clear to me because I don't feel any pain in my body. No, perhaps I've suffered an injury that doesn't cause any pain? I slowly try opening my heavy eyelids. Out of season snow. So it's snow. Many people saying it's ashes or something else because they saw the movie, but in any game it was always snow and nothing else. Exploring into the town, other than the sound of droplets of ice hitting the ground, there's nothing else to be heard. Sand Hill, it is what is assuredly written on the sign by the side of the road. Without releasing it, Cheryl and I have reached our destination. All my memories up to that point are gone. The wind is blowing in. When I take a look next to me, I'm shocked. The passenger door has been left open. Cheryl is nowhere to be seen. Soundhill. This town, which should just be a resort area, appears to have become just like a ghost town for some reason, or maybe it was waiting for us to arrive. Perhaps the town just nested up to us. So now I'm alone. Cheryl is not here. While I was sleeping, no, I was knocked out. Cheryl opened the passenger door and stepped out alone into this story spot that is ruled by an unsettling silence. Yeah, but in the first game it was really snow. When it was snowing, of course. Not ashes. And then she left me to head somewhere. I tightly closed my jacket around my neck. Actually, look at this picture, there's no jacket around his neck. And set off on foot in search of Cheryl. I wonder what in the world happened here. Nothing makes any sense. The silence, the out-of-season snow, and strangest of all, the entire town is wrapped in a thick fog. Okay, it's a first selection. I can select between Shadow's destination and is there no one in the town? And I have no idea how all the choices actually affect the ending. They must. Also, how am I supposed to save here? Okay, there's flowchart, as you can see, and you can freely move around them, like in Zero Escape game. And you can always switch back to the choice and select some other choice here. Chapter 1, the deserted town, in search of anyone. So, in the original, he was trying to find where's Cheryl, yeah? So now it will be, is there no one in the town? I thought I must find out if there's anyone other than myself here. There's definitely sound here. Let me change the sound a little bit here. There's definitely sound here. I recognize the signboards on that store. Long time ago, when I was young, I visited here once. Maybe I need to change this. Hold on. Alright. All the doors, all the shops and houses are tightly shut. No, among them there's one shop with its door open, but there's no sign of anyone inside. Feels like just the people here suddenly vanished. I begin to run. Only the sounds of my footsteps echo in the surroundings. Just where in the world has Shadow gone? Did someone lead her away? Various concerns run through my mind. What? They're trying to explain what I started done? The footsteps? Suddenly get the feelings that I heard footsteps other than my own, so I stopped moving right away to check it out. Through the thick fog, I can see a figure that is about the size of a child. Shadow? Without a thought, I cry out. The figure doesn't move at all. At the moment, I begin to move slowly towards the figure. It starts to run. I firstly chase after the figure. That's definitely a Shadow. Even though it is faint, I would not mistake someone else for Shadow. However, no matter how much I run, I cannot catch up. Instead, the figure is gradually getting farther away from me. The figure puts on speed as it is gliding through the air. The figure appears to be absorbed by the fog as it begins to disappear. In order not to lose it, I run with all my strength, while keeping my vision centered on the figure. I then notice that I have come to an alley surrounded by buildings. I don't know how, but it is like a car was placed over the sky, which has provided light until now, and the area has become engulfed in darkness. From the darkness, I can hear multiple footsteps coming this way. I don't know who it is. I'll take a look. Or I'm going to get out of here. I don't have. Okay, so there's another choice. Like almost immediately. So first one, I don't know who it is. I will take a look. Well, I'm going to get out of here. I don't have anything with me that can be used as a weapon. If you think about the original, maybe it was the first choice because he really went to check out who this is. Okay, let's take the second one. I've got to get away, but I can't go back the way I came because that earlier presence is back there. So I move farther in, can only move gradually through the narrowing pitch black alley by feeling around with my hands. But I only end up reaching a dead end. Metal fences surround the area, and they are so high that I don't think that I can climb all of them. They're coming from behind. Stood ready. What are they? These beast-like rage they have close in to right where I am. Wait a second, those creatures from European release, isn't it? Oh, and then my vitality is sucked away by these strangely shaped monsters until I finally lose consciousness. Maybe what it was in the Japanese release as well, I don't really know. Definitely not US. Well, at least they were not orange. It's kinda hard to compare the 3D models with 2D one. No, they were holding the knife, right? Indeed. Sybil Bennett. She's a full-time police officer working in the neighboring town of Rams. There was no one else in the cafe other than Hugh and Harry. She took a seat at the counter and waited for Harry to awaken. I suddenly woke. Where is this place? Why am I here? Was I brought here by someone? There's no boundary between dream and reality, just confusion. As I lay on the bench seat in the cafe, my eyes slowly begin to focus. The woman sitting at the counter stands and folds her arms. She walks over and looks down at me. She's wearing a police uniform. The woman smiles a little bit as she appears to be relieved that I have regained consciousness. It looks like you have come around. Who are you? I try talking to the familiar woman. I'm Sybil Bennett. I'm here because all communication with this town suddenly went dead, and so I came to investigate. Harry Mason. I brought my daughter to this town for some sightseeing, but on the way there was an accident. I lost consciousness. Oh yeah, Sybil, you haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? A little girl? No, I haven't seen her. When I came to after the accident, my daughter was nowhere to be seen. The passenger door was open and she was gone. Cheryl? Sorry, my daughter's name is Cheryl. She's a timid person, so it is hard to imagine that she headed out into this bird town alone. Plus, I was there in the driver's seat, and since she gave me no warning, it just doesn't make sense. I'm familiar with this area. There's no sign of anyone. And what is going on with the snow at this time of year? Just what in the world has happened in this town? I said all this, I breathed deeply. I'm afraid I don't know either. I still haven't seen anyone other than you. It's like the town is as silent as a graveyard, left without even the means to contact any neighboring towns. I see. You also had an accident, right? I thought it was a good idea to head to the police station in this town alone on my motorcycle, but I guess I was going a little too fast. A girl suddenly jumped out into the road. I'm pretty sure it was a girl. I almost hit her. Cut the handlebars hard in order to avoid her. After that, I can barely remember anything. When I came to, I was lying in the street in front of this cafe. So naturally, I came in here to get out of the snow, and then I found you sleeping there. I was having some kind of a terrible dream, as for if I made it here on my own, I don't remember at all. Just what in the world has happened in this town? What is going on with everything? Okay, so she also almost hit this girl. Totally the same. Well, the situation is definitely strange. I will head back to Bronze for reinforcements and then return here. How about you? Sybil stood and fixed her collar with resolute fortitude. I've got to look for Cheryl. There's no way I can just leave you here alone. I see. Well, I'll give you this then. You never know what might happen under these circumstances. If you feel threatened, then pull the trigger without hesitating. I take the gun in my hand. Another choice. Thanks, I hope I don't have to use it, or thank you, but I'm no good with guns. Okay, so far every first choice is like the choice in the original. So let's keep selecting the second one. Thank you, but I'm no good with guns. Haven't even touched one. I can't handle it. Amazed, Sybil takes a deep breath. It's simple. I'll show you how to use it. See, first hold. Maybe it's like an original, because if you take the gun without knowing how to use it, you'll fail. I don't know. It's simple. I show you how to use it. See, first hold it in your right hand and place your forefinger on the trigger. Naturally follow your instructions. Like this? Yes, now place your left hand on your right hand so that it doesn't move. Then all you have to do is sign this. Fix your arm and pull the trigger. Like this. 1. The bullet grazes Sybil's cheek and penetrates the wall of the cafe. Okay, it was definitely not like an original. One of pictures on the wall falls. Hey, you need to watch it. Sorry, I was just doing what you said and It's not. And I just a few centimeters over, and you would have been a murderer. I lost even more self-confidence. Well, it's alright. Please use it carefully. Well then, I'm going. The sound of the door closing reverberated woefully inside the cafe. After being left alone in the cafe, I gazed at the handgun Sybil gave me for a little while, and then I thought about Cheryl, who had disappeared in this town. The figure I saw in the fog, that was definitely Cheryl, but she didn't answer my calls, and she was quite possibly moving away from me? Don't understand. I'm getting a bit mixed up. Still, the one thing I know for sure is that Cheryl has vanished in this town. And Craden, thank you for the raid. What was this? I'm just reading a Silent Hill play novel here for Game Boy Advance, so there's nothing to look at. Definitely, there's no action, just text and reading, and that's all. All I can do is look for her. I may not have any knowledge of the surroundings or any clues, but I won't find Cheryl if I stay here. I stood up energetically and placed my hand on the cafe door. Oh, it's definitely radio now. So, radio sound is GGG? What? Something is making noise. What is that noise? And there's another choice. It's somewhere inside the cafe. Or it's somewhere outside the cafe. Well, I know that inside, so let's check the option outside. And hello, line. Elliot? Outside? Oh, wait a second, we exited? Seriously. I open the door and hurry out in the street. The snow still continues to fall. I breathe in the cold outside air, and it feels like waking up. The noise I just heard until now had stopped. Had the wind drowned it out? My question was soon answered. Through the glass, I can see that a radio has been placed on top of a table inside the cafe. Is it that? I immediately went back inside the cafe. The noise has stopped. thinking that it may come in handy for something. I sent the portable radio into my pocket and once again walked toward the cafe's exit. And there was no monster here. After leaving the cafe, I decided to first head towards that alley from before. Oh, heather. Black figures fly about in the heavens as if searching for prey. I then come to release a constant. The static on the radio changed based on their movements. The closer the monsters come to me, the louder the static gets. My set is hindered by the fog, and on top of that, the weather is so bad that snow is falling. So this is extremely important information. Runs through the snow that appears to have no intention of stopping, increasing my speed each time the static comes in on the radio. I proceed into the fog. Following the thin thread of my memory, I finally arrive at the alley from before. The evil atmosphere has dissipated and light pours in along with snow from in between the buildings. I move into the alley and it dead ends after a bit. Okay, it will be to school, isn't it? At the end of the alley, I see a familiar sketchbook that appears to have been thrown away. The likeness of me that Cheryl drew is on the cover of the sketchbook. It's definitely Cheryl's. Sketchbook opens. Try opening it. Inside the following is written in red ink. To school. Along Levin Street, I slip through the back door of a house that had a doghouse and then head for the school. The surroundings gradually fill with darkness, and only the flashlight on my chest illuminates this strange street. I pass through the entrance to the elementary school grounds. When I open the door that leads into the school building, I see that even more darkness is waiting for me inside. It is possible that Cheryl scribbled those letters to school. Can't be sure whether Cheryl is here or not, just that I haven't a clue other than that sketchbook. A guide map of the school has been tackled to the side wall of the entrance with a rusted tumble stuck. After removing the map from the wall, I place it in my pocket and push open the heavy door that leads into the interior of the school building. My footsteps and the creaking of the hallway. They sound like screams, and their reverberations rock my eardrums. I had been walking carefully step by step, but without realizing it, I had begun to run. There's no sign of anyone. The silent corners of the school building are dark, and with only the flashlight on my chest, it is impossible for me to see any of the details. Kinda strange music. Cheryl doesn't have a flashlight, so if she came in here and got lost, then she probably wouldn't even be able to walk around. Since I have my flashlight turned on, she should be able to notice me easily. At least I have that modest hope. As I notice that I have come to the entrance to the music room, I place my hands on the heavy door. Wait a second, it's already a piano puzzle. When I open the door, I see that the inside of the room is a large, and there's a grand piano placed in its center. As I sit on the chair of the piano, I'm shocked. The seat is still warm, as if someone had been sitting here just a few minutes before. Cheryl's smile runs through the back of my mind. Cheryl often played the cheap, upright piano in our home. It had become nice background music when I was working. Perhaps Cheryl had come to the music room? I gently opened the cover of the piano keys. I noticed that there's red mixed in among the black and white. I tried touching the liquids. It's a lukewarm feel. They're still holding heat. There's definitely blood. My heart pulses in my chest like an alarm bell. The large amount of blood spilled on the keys. If this is Cheryl's blood, then she may no longer be alive. I wipe the stain off my hands onto my jeans, stand, and leave the music room. At the same time, I close the door through, though I heard someone scream. Maybe it was just my imagination. I walk down the hallway. The sleety mixture of snow bounces hard against the windows facing the courtyard. I take a look through a window down at the dark courtyard. The not so large courtyard is dotted with areas in which withered plants are growing. In addition to that, an old clock tower is faintly visible. From here I cannot determine what time the clock is pointing to. Wait, something appears to be wriggling about in the darkness. An animal? No. It's dark and I can't see so well, but it's slowly moving on two legs. It appears to be searching for prey. At that moment, the radio I had clipped to my chest suddenly began making noise. As I turned my side to the hallway, a sharp pain runs through my neck. When I look down, I see that the tips of those long claws are piercing my neck. Those oddly shaped monsters, they pulse like they want to hug me, have gathered around my waist. They're about to bite me. This is just the game. I instantly pushed the monster away with my hands. Already at the handgun and fired. Okay, so if it was original, I would select the second. So let's check what will be if I just push it away. With my right hand, I push on its head part with force and knock it away. It then totters and falls down its face. It was when I noticed that I had been completely surrounded by those monsters. Already at the gun, I fix my aim on their hearts and pull the trigger with my trembling index finger. I continue to shoot as each one of them appears. The smoke from the gun powder began to fill the air around me, so I placed one hand over my mouth. Even after the noise from the radio had stopped, I could only stand there, paralyzed in utter amazement among their corpses. Is Cheryl alright? I shouldn't have been carrying anything that would be used as a weapon. I begin running. I can't just stand around. There's not a moment to lose. Cheryl's waiting for me. Wait a minute. Suddenly my vision became hazy or something rubbed my eyes. When I look back, I see that all the bodies of the monsters have unexpectedly vanished. What? Was I hallucinating or something? I pulled the guide map out of my inner pocket and shined the flashlight on it, and then I confirmed that there's a boiler room located in the basement. My feet naturally began to take me there. I descend the stairs to the basement, taking one step at a time. School building without a light. As I move forward, I'm set on all sides by absolute darkness. As I head towards new fur and new enemies, my feet have no intention of stopping their advance. But oddly enough, I don't have a sense of justice. Just want to make sure that Cheryl is safe. To catch her in my arms. That's my only goal. The boiler is not running. If I simply press the switch in front of me, then this early machine should begin operating. However, I just stand still. Try pushing the switch, but The boiler doesn't do anything at all, so I try open the switchboard cover below the switch. It appears that I must somehow supply power from the main power supply to the boiler. The power supply is on the right. From the left on the switchboard, a thick pipe extends out and is connected to the boiler. It's a puzzle! Okay, first action in the game. So you can press on one of these 16 things. And so what? Ah, just need to move it like this? Didn't get it. I can press only 4 of them. Uh, or 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 is maximum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's not connected. 1, 2, 3. Wait a second, there's no way I can connect it with 5. I'm not getting this. So these two only, the starter. So this is the second, this is third, there's no choice. Now can be 4, or maybe I need 4 and 5 this? No. 1, 2, 3. Do not understand, there's no 5. What the heck is this puzzle? Okay, starting from this, I'm switching to this. Starting from this, I'm switching to this. And so what? No matter what I will try to do, it will be more than 5 or not. Wait a second. 1, 2, or 3, 4, 5. My god, I didn't notice this. Done. Got it. I have an instinctive feeling that by pushing this switch, that something outrageous may happen. Also, at the same time, I also notice my daughter Cheryl's scream runs through my heart like a sense of duty that makes me feel that I must push the switch. I slowly push the switch in. The entire school building shudders as if by a giant ship. The entire elementary school building appears as if it has been swallowed by Cheryl's heart as she stands alone in the darkness. I understand that I must do something. To the courtyard, the darkness softly whispers to me. The clock tower looks to be about tall enough to reach the third floor of the school. At its base is a small door about big enough for an adult to enter while bent down. The door solemnly opened. After opening, the door seems to beckon the one standing in front of it to enter with an irresistible mental energy. I cannot resist that power. As I enter, the door closes with a hopeless thunder. Inside the clock tower, a physiologically loathsome stench hung in the air. However, the smile of my beloved daughter in my heart lessens my uneasiness and lets me forget my fear, even if even for only a moment. I should place my foot on the ladder, leading underground with my greatest motive called love. The inside finally became a small passage about large enough for an adult. I ran, trusting that I will see her smile ahead. I ran forward, stomping on concrete, stained with the smell of death. Once I climbed the ladder, At the end of the tunnel, there will be no going back. A motto Cheryl's name one more time. The pressing sound of the door closing echoes through the courtyard. Where am I? A raw, warm breeze brushes past my cheeks. The view lets me know that this is like a completely different world from the school I was just in. Once again, I think, where am I? Alright, kind of strange. So, it's already this alternative world. So, kinda, the game should be short. Well, I will definitely will try to open every single ending if it's possible. Descending the small stairs, lean away from the clock tower, and become even more convinced. An extremely religious looking design has been drawn in the center of the courtyard. Within a large double cycle, a tringle has been placed, and within that a strange pattern that looks like hieroglyphs is drawn. I don't remember this being here before, Amateur. It's definitely the school I was just in. The placement of the trees and the construction of the building have an empowering feeling of nausea rise up through my body. A revolting, horrible smell like that of the stench of cutting into rotten meat thickly wafts through the air and is narrowly visible to the eye. I begin to run. I can no longer bear to stay in this spot. By the time I place my hand on the door that leads inside the school building, I no longer have the strength left to tell how long I was running. It was only for an instant. The school building has dramatically changed. Metal grated floors, blood-covered walls, corpse-like puppets hanging everywhere. It's like a nightmarish scene in which everything is isolated from the real world. Alright, I'll be right back. We'll take a pause for 1 minute. Hope you enjoyed this music. On my butt. For some reason, the music went off. I wonder why. Oh yeah, my bad. 1 second, I forgot that I removed this scene. Oh, hold on, how can I do this? I need to copy this into that. Right? Why didn't I test it off screen? I don't know. Hold on. Ah, I see what's going on. Alright, now it's back. So while I was moving the screen over there, I also accidentally turned off my microphone power. Mostly it's because to capture this game I need to use Full HD, and my capture card for some reason cannot accept this Full HD now. Well, looks like because it's 4K now. Was saying something unsupported signal or something, so I switch my camera capture card with the game capture card, and that's why it happened. And this means that ending screen will also not work. Hold on, single star also not. I need to check. So yeah, and my closing screen. Let's see. Yeah, there's no music, hands in. I think I will fix it off stream. I just need to send myself a message, so I will remember this. So let's go and fix opening ending screens. Actually, at open screen you don't need the sound, right? And where's my message? Alright, the message is here. But also this means that when I switch back to the 4K content, I need to do the change again, and of course I will forget about it. It's like constantly happened to me. Nothing can do about this. Alright, let's see. It's like a nightmare scene in which everything is isolated from the real world. In spite of that, I run. And searching for and wait a second, I'm searching for Cheryl. The unpleasant metallic sounds of my footsteps resonate through the inside the school, and as I change some settings, let me check the sound on stream test. I believe sound is good. Alright. Telephones. I remember I got a call, but don't remember from whom. And then maybe from Cheryl? Then I opened the door to the teacher's room. Perhaps the door is not installed correctly, as it took me several forceful tries to force it open. Once I entered the room, I'm shocked. Decks are strewn about, and a raw, rotten stench rules the room. And yet another choice. Let's see. I call the police to get help, or call home where no one should be. He actually called no one. Let's go home where no one should be because it's very illogical. Without knowing why, I dialed my home number when no one should be. Maybe there's a chance that Cheryl has already returned home, with slight hope I... The phone is ringing. The mechanical electrical sound repeats over and over. Then all of a sudden it stopped. Hello? The voice of a man I do not know escapes from the receiver. Hello, who is this? What? It's definitely not like an original, so he calls home and somebody answers, but he doesn't know who is this. Is it like in Shadow Memories now? He's really dead? From the receiver I heard a gasp. Click. The phone went dead. I shook, bewildered for a bit, with the receiver pressed against my ear. There's a man in my house where no one should be. A man I don't know. Gently hung up the receiver, and for a bit I'm captivated by that blue telephone. I begin to leave the room. My heart rapidly contracts. The mechanical bell sound echoes through the room. Nervously approached the telephone and once again picked up the receiver. Daddy, help me. It's Cheryl, there's no mistaking it. I firmly pressed the receiver against my ear. Daddy, where are you? Cheryl, is it Cheryl? At that moment, Cheryl's voice is replaced with a busy signal. I knew it, I think. Cheryl is here. Being located in the residential area, many children probably come to this school. The interior of the elementary school is larger than I imagined. Including classrooms, there are a lot of rooms, so locating Cheryl will be extremely difficult. If Cheryl wasn't brought here by someone and instead came here of her own free will, then perhaps she might be in that one room. That one room? I spin around or run to the stairs at the end of the hall and then sprint up them. I have come to the library, and my eyes are drawn to the open book here. Oh, soon it will be was bottle. It was. I can select what it was? Where I'm looking at. Children's book. Well, in original it was children's book. Pharmaceutical book or a dictionary of religious science? It's three choices now, not just two. Well, children's book was in the original. Maybe dictionary of religious science will help me somehow, so the useless choice I think is pharmaceutical book. I don't know. Oh no! Pharmaceutical book, so it should be tell us about the drugs that we can use at the end. Or this doctor will use. Pharmaceutical book. White Claudia. Perennial herb found near water. Reaches a height of 30 to 40 centimeters. 30 centimeters like 2 feet or something. 2 feet. Oblong leaves, white blossoms. Seeds contain hallucinogen. Ancient records show it was used for religious ceremonies. The hallucinogenic effect was key. Next page is all blurred. From the above mentioned White Claudia, doctor has you to perform exorcism. This is a vicious liquid, red color, and is administers remedy illnesses for which the cause is not known. Alright, I become gripped with the sense that my actions have been controlled by someone this entire time. Coming to the library, seeing that specific page in the open book, in whatever it is that I must do now, it is a decision that is out of my hands. Everything that has happened has been in someone's hands. I've gradually come to understand this. Even still, I probably cannot determine my own course, except the direction of the unseen one to whom I must obey. Me? In order to find Cheryl, there is no other alternative. I now know where it is I need to go. As I journey there, I walk firmly, stepping forward one step at a time, and ascend a staircase from which uncomfortably warm air flows and find an elevator at its base that invites me to descend even further. What? As the doors slowly open. Once I enter, its doors close, and in the next moment, with a rusty clunk sound, the elevator begins to descend at a high rate of speed. Just how far down is it going? All I can do is go with the flow. Gradually, the elevator and I are enveloped in hot humid air. The elevator stops, and I step off as its doors open. Beyond a short passage, and dazzling light emitted from a small room which has been waiting for my arrival. This is boss bottle. In the center of the fires of hell burned, and everything made it look like this room was meant for prayer, and then it was there. It slowly moved around the enormous sconce from which flames and ash rose. A lizard looks to have suddenly mutated. Its outer shell is a mucous membrane type. It just stares at me, and with surprisingly comfortable speed, it looks for a chance to attack. Here, find the gun at its large body. I'm no match for this enemy with the weapons I'm carrying. Running is the best bet. I know that in original we were waiting until he or it will open its mouth. So right now he's really enemy that we cannot match with the weapons because I need a shotgun. Let's like I fired the gun at slash body because it will be wrong maybe. Smoke and powder emit from my handgun. I'm certain that I hit it, however those armor-like scars more than unfulfilled their purpose. This isn't effective at all. This is no good. I need to make my bullets hit somewhere softer. At that moment a part of my memory was suddenly awakened. Definitely. There was nothing there because we didn't read the fairy story. In the teacher's room? There was nothing in the teacher's room at all. Let's see what will be in the teacher's room. In the teacher's room, the phone call I received, Cheryl's cries dance about in my memory. That's right, I cannot let myself die here. Cheryl's waiting somewhere for me to rescue her. She's still alive. Raise my head. Its hard scales shine in the light from the hellfires. It must have a weak point. I can just hit that. I stood my ground and waited for its attack. Can I die here already? I let it draw as close as I could, inside its mouth. If I can just fire blindly in there. It had drawn close and then its mouth sprung open. Look as if it were planning to swallow me whole. My fingers trembled at its size. I can no longer hesitate. I aim at the inside of its mouth and quickly pull the trigger. Over and over, the sound of gunshots rang out from my weapon for as long as I had ammunition. And then I lost consciousness. And I came to, I found myself in the middle of a dark room. What is this? I wondered to myself. The monster from before has vanished. Heavily stood up and then waited motionless for a bit until my eyes came into focus. Somehow this looks to be in the boiler room. It's oddly quiet. Maybe I was dreaming? My very exhausted body seems to have also recovered somehow. The low hum of the boilers strangely calms my nerves. And then I sense the presence of a person, and I shift my gaze. There was a girl standing there. She was wearing dark blue clothing, and her light brown hair was neatly combed. The girl was just staring right at me. Once I noticed her and began to step forward, she completely disappeared, as if her body just dissolved into the air in the room. I was alone in the room again. What was that? A strange feeling of relief. After standing for a bit, I let out a long breath and then placed my hand on the door at the entrance. Sunlight is shining into the hall of the school building. As usual, the snow is still outside, but I'm gripped with a strange feeling of relief, as if cancerous cells had just been removed from me. Filled with relief, I slowly walked toward the exit of the school building, and then I learned that Cheryl is not here, for the loud sound of the church bells that seems to call out to me. I begin to run toward the church in the road half covered in mud. Snow falls above my head, some of which freezes my hair as chilly as flows by. When I reach the church, I push open the heavy door without hesitation. A cross is mounted on the front wall. Long benches are lined up on both sides of a small walkway. It was as if time had stopped for this familiar style church. In front of the altar, a sly-looking woman with cold eyes looks down at me with an Earl Green. As I walked up to her, stepping one step at a time, she gazed at me without blinking. She looked as if she had predicted that I would arrive. Are you ringing that bell? The woman snorted with a hump. I've been expecting you. It was foretold by Geomancy. Wait a second, Geomancy. It's when you walk around and it cycles until you collapse. And outside of the cycle says letters, so that's how it's working, right? What are you talking about? I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right? The girl? You're talking about Shale? My eyes grew white. I see everything. You know everything? Tell me. Stay back. The woman held the palm of her hands out at me and then lowered her chin in a way that suggested, please calm down. Nothing is to be gained by floundering about the random. You must follow the path of the hermit, concealed by flowers. What? What are you talking about? I asked once more without hiding my bewilderment. Here, the flowers, a cage of peace, can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. But say, all the choices that was selected so far were like wrong from my point of view. But I'm still here, not dying. Maybe it's not possible to get a game over here. This will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late. The woman held up a strange object and then softly placed it on the desk on top of the altar. Wait! Don't go yet! I will. Believe that woman's story. Oh, her story was unclear and I don't understand it. I cannot just carelessly believe her. So, the wise choice will be not to believe her. Because I know that she was lying. But in the original, he, I believe, believed her. It's a tough choice. I think this is the right one, B. So the wrong one is A. Let's select the A. She lives here. I choose to believe her story without objection. All that remains in the church is a... so I will make correct choices next playthrough and skip all the text that I already read, of course. All that remains in the church is the reverberations of the sound of a door closing. I go after that woman. It means that that woman definitely knows some secret of some sort. However, the knob on the door that she went through will not turn at all. Must be locked from the other side. But maybe there's only one ending, and I'm wrong. Damn, now I'm the only one left in the church. Almost as if taken from a nightmare. This space has heat. It's worse. It feels like it's protecting me from something. It is the best way to describe the heat. I move away from the door and begin walking to the altar that the woman was at. The object that the woman was just holding has been placed there. The flowers. That is certainly what that woman had called this. Try picking it up, and then I place it back on top of the desk right away. What is this strange sound? This power? The unhandled power of the gods rests inside this four-sided object. It was a sensation like an electrical current passing into the palm of my hand, and then power moving throughout every nook and cranny in my body. I pick it up once more. This time I calmly take it into my hands and then place it in my pocket. For some reason I'm convinced that this object will help me find Cheryl. By the way, if I open the flowchart right now, how can I do this? Also, maybe this vertical lines is saying that something important happened here? Because I did a different selection. The way even to what does it mean? Wait a second, and this is. Ah, it's chapters. I got it. Chapter 1. Chapter 1 ended. Chapter 2. Uh-huh. I see how it's working now. And I read all the choices. I pick up the key, goes next to the florist, open the door of the church, and rush out into the heatless snow world again. But so it's not possible to get there in the original the key without taking flowers. Hospital? That woman suddenly said something about the Alhambra hospital. The only hospital I could find on the map was that one. Could see my breath as I exhaled while headed toward the entertainment district. The bridge to the entertainment district has been raised so that boats can pass by it in the river below. In other words, it is split in the middle and is fixed in a raised position that makes it look like the Japanese katakana character he, I believe. Wait, no, wait a second, no. He is like you. And this one. Oh, maybe this is he. I don't remember. I entered the nearby drawbridge control room, played the key I was holding to the control panel and forcefully turned it to the right. While emitting a sound like an old woman laughing, the bridge finally begins to lower, inviting me to the entertainment district. Here. Oh. Huh? I really need to repeat all these letters because someday we'll be playing some Japanese games that were not untranslated. Not translated. They are untranslated. So it will be easy to read and translate. After crossing the bridge, I shudder. The temperature is gradually declining. Or maybe it's just a result of the thing inside me that produces nervousness and fear. On this white road, there is not a single motorcycle running right down the center of it. If I continue forward, Alchemilla Hospital should be on the right. An Obedon appears in the thick fog. The signboard Alchemilla appears in faded letters. Its errands caused me to hesitate for an instant. But in the next moment, I place my hand on the cold gate, open the heavy hospital gate, and then open the door directly to my right that has entrance right on it. The inside of the hospital is wrapped in silence. To the left there is a reception area in which various papers are neatly placed on a shelf. Waiting benches are lined up along the back of this hall, and television is pointed at them. I don't feel the presence of any patients or even any people, only a faint light pours in through the windows from the cloudy sky. The home is filled with a trace scent of alcohol, which penetrates my nose. I begin walking. After passing through the waiting room, I reach a long corridor. I open the door marked examination room. Okay, there should be this liquid that I can use on Sybil. At almost the exact same time as I opened the door, a man inside jumped up out of his chair. He's holding a handgun in his right hand. I hid behind the door in panic or immediately counterattack with my gun. This one. I instantly ready my gun. That plump man appeared to realize that I was a human, but as soon as he saw the gun, his eyes grew wide. Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot me! I'm not here to fight. After I lowered my gun, the man sat down in his chair in a way that showed that he was relieved. So maybe it was a good choice. I need to hide next time so he says that I'm a monster and try to kill me? I don't know. Thank God, another human being. My name is Harry Mason. I am in town on vacation. Do you work here? The man nodded. I was truly relieved. Silent Hill, which has become a habitat for strange monsters. This is my first contact with someone from this town. I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital. So maybe you can tell me what's going on? That man who called himself Kaufman once again stares in the chair he's sitting in. I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. It's snowing out. This time of year. He looks off at the floor of the examination room. There's on the floor the corpse of a still warm monster laying on its side. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist. Yeah. And then I turned to face him as I released something. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7. Short, black hair. She's missing? I'm sorry, but with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you? She died 4 years ago. Not just me and my daughter. I see. I'm sorry, well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here and doing nothing. So long. Good luck out there. Man, the examination room door shuts powerlessly. Dr. Michael Kaufman. Oddly enough, I have completely memorized that name. I suddenly noticed that there's something on the floor that looks like a white scrap of paper. What is this? Pick it up. Letters have been disorderly scribbled on it. Arrival tomorrow morning. Be prepared. What is this? Check to see if there's anything else. Or go after Kaufman. So go after Kaufman will be a bad choice. Let's go. I leave the examination room. Kaufman is nowhere to be found. I begin to run. I pass through the medicine room and reach a blanket floor corridor that silently extends in an L shape. I move forward and found that there was an elevator with a large door at the end of the corridor. I try pressing the buttons beside it. Nothing happens. It looks like the power is off. There are several doors in the corridor. I begin opening each one in order. Opens the door marked meeting room, head inside and close the door behind me. A large table rests in the center of this room and I notice that there's something glittering on top of it. I grab the light green key, leave the room, and once again step into the chilly corridor. The next room looks to be in the kitchen. I guess that the food for patients is probably prepared here. Various bronze cooking utensils are neatly arranged in order on the stainless steel countertop. It does not appear that anything terribly important is here. Carefully looks through the various cooking utensils. Inside a large pot there is nothing at all. While continue to search to see if there might be some clue here or not, notice that on the far wall various objects have been scattered about. Carefully move forward on the wet floor, as not to slip. Something is there. I reach out my hand towards the scene in front of me. Okay, so these bottles that I need to pick up. So for bad ending we must pick up a kitchen knife. I picked up a knife that appears to be for kitchen use. Perhaps this will come in handy for something. Only have a limited number of bullets. When the time comes, I might be able to use this as a weapon. I left the kitchen. I crept out into the corridor once more and stood in front of the door that was closest to the elevator. I opened the door, and the reverberations of the sounds of it opening and then closing shake my eardrums. The walls are made of concrete, and a few steps in a staircase leading to the basement extends like the folds inside the body of a snake. It is dark and difficult to see, but it looks like there's a door at the bottom of the staircase. Be brave, I muttered to myself, leaving only the echoes of my footsteps. I descend the staircase to hell one step at a time, and then I open the door, leading to darkness. I could see that the electricity was most likely out in the entire hospital. Pressed the switch on the flashlight on my chest and tried lighting the area. Is it the floor? It's creepy, and yet there's nothing noticeably out of place. Chilly air drifts from the cold concrete. It seems as if touching it would completely rob my body of its warmth. While moving through the corridor, I try open the doors as I count them. Of them, one opens with a creak. Emergency generator is running on the machine that occupies most of the room. To reach the second floor and above, it did not look like there was any method other than using the elevator. So without hesitation, I turned the machine on. I immediately head for the elevator. I press the up button. The heavy sound of the motor and the sound of metal parts coming into contact with each other almost sound like intertwined screams. As a ding, the elevator stops and its doors slowly open. The inside was a button number 4, not yet. The inside of the elevator is large. It seems to be about big enough to accept 3 hospital beds. Buttons for each floor are lined up to the right of the elevator door. They are marked 2, 3, 2, 1, and B, and there shouldn't be any comma before and. Wait a second. I truly want to say that in English you must put comma before the word and before etc., which means and so on. If yes, it's kind of strange because in all other languages that I know, this should not be any comma because it's AND word. It's not part of the numbers, for example, here. If it's not part of the same thing, there should be no comma between them. And B from the top down. So AND is the same comma, so it's double comma. It's wrong. First I had to, and when using something like N3, N2, and 1, there must be comma everywhere, of course. First I head to the second floor. However, after I step off the elevator, I find that the door connected to the corridor that leads to the rooms on this floor is locked. With no alternative, I try heading to the third floor, but I find that it is in the same state. Okay, we'll try to remember that before and you actually must put the comma all the time, no matter what. Comma, for sure. So 3, 2, 1, comma, and B. And this means there must be comma before etc. That's very strange. Well, what now? I've already tried moving to every floor. With nothing else to do, I re-entered the elevator and then could not believe my eyes. Of the buttons for each floor, 3 was definitely the highest floor just before. In spite of that, a new 4 buttons has been added. Wait a second, there's no 4 button here. The elevator doors open with a familiar sound and I step out onto the 4th floor. Again, I think? Condition extremely similar to that which I encountered after passing through the basement in the clock tower, as the elementary school was present right in front of me. Delicious word? There seem to be exception for every grammatical rule? I don't know. I had never learned English grammar, so I simply don't know, I just my guesses. Dark red rusted walls, metal grated floors, and a ringing in my ears that seems to creep up from the depths of hell is a menace to my mental state. So what I can see in English, there's less commas and any other punctuation than, for example, in Belarusian or Russian languages. There's tons of potential. For example, in this sentence, which is long enough, starting from end, there would be like 5 of 6 punctuation marks here. Commas, semicolon, or something else. Comma with dot on top. How to name it, I don't know. It will be here, but here in English there's just words, nothing else. Oh, by the way, the same for Japanese. In Japanese there's no even spaces between words. Indeed. That's why you need kanji, because usually kanji means it's a beginning of the new word. And if continue with hiragana, it means it's part of this word, usually, not always. That's how you're reading this. I open the door in front of me and a long corridor extends beyond it. I very carefully move forward while keeping my eyes fixed on the wall. Could Cheryl be here? The only way to find out is to search this place. I can hear something in the darkness in front of me. Sounds like the ground of something dragging on the ground. The owner of that ground is slowly closing in on me, but I cannot see what it is for sure with the faint light of my flashlight. I instantly, ready my gun, I'll leave this area. I'm in danger. I try running away. However, I can hear the owner of that early ground pursuing me from behind. I thought that maybe it was echoing off the walls, but it is not the case. I became aware of my situation and clearly surrounded. There's nowhere to run to. I have no choice. It's probably not human. I probably grip the gun, position my finger on the trigger, and begin to walk towards it with the gun already beside my face. Eventually something white enters my field of vision. I just aim the flashlight on my chest with my hand and shine light on it. The monster has a very large hump on its back, which twitches and moves as if it were alive. In one hand, it holds a knife, which it waves as it approaches me. In the instant I loaded my gun, the monster began to run. By the time it releases, it slashed at me. I instantly dodged the attack, and thanks to that, is it missing something? I kick it in the face with the bottom of my shirt, and it falls down on its back. It then begins to stand for its next attack. I close my left eye and steady my aim. Even after one shot hit, its movement does not change at all. I fire more bullets at it. It is laughing. In a voice great enough to shake the entire world, it laughs as its face twists and distorts. I cannot give up. When the final bullet leaded into my gun hits, it finally stops laughing. This time, it's face down, and I begin crushing it with my foot. It is insane. Another monster approaches from behind the corpse of the first one. At this rate, all the bullets in the world would not be enough. All I can do is run. Run past the monster in front of me, run past the monster behind me. Wait a second, but I cannot see which one is the worst choice. He was shooting the monster in front of him, so we'll be running monster behind me. I turn around and begin to run toward the monster that was behind me. When in the large swings of its knife, I ran down the dark corridor, occasionally stumbling. I'm thinking about Shadow. Even if she is held prisoner somewhere in this hospital, there's no guarantee that I can rescue her. In fact, there's no reason that the staircase I'm descending should lead me to Shadow. I begin to think that all of my current actions are all meaningless. However, generally speaking, since I arrived in since the day before leaving for Silent Hill, even long ago, since the day I met Cheryl. Perhaps I have had no choice in my actions, that they have been determined by the summons wind. As I continue to the base of the stairs, I contemplate what if my life up to this point had just been on one track. As I descend the stairs, my ears began ringing again. The ringing is so forceful that I cannot even be compared to before, and it forces me to squat down. What in the world has happened? Perhaps I have opened a door to hell, a door that should never be opened. Something is clearly changing, and it's for the worse. Going back will not be permitted. I must move forward. Forward. I put my hands together on my head and then squeeze my temples tightly by using my elbows. A ringing then begins to sound like a demon is whispering in my ears. However, it doesn't stop. When I begin to run, even if I am to die in this mad land, I must save my beloved Shadow first. Believing that the answers are beyond the door, I know that I must discover at least one clue. Several overlapping square figures are shaking in time with the sound of my heart. It is the wall at the end of the area. Another wall is lies perpendicular to it. There's a door present in this wall with a plate on it that says storehouse. Some chemical have been placed on the table that is next to the door. There are 3 beakers of different size and a test tube. The test tube contains a liquid that is of a different color to that which is in the leftmost beaker. I found a memo. To create it, you must come up with 1 deciliter of liquid and pour it into the test tube. No more, no less, that man had said. But there are no graduations on the beakers. This makes it impossible to come up with 1 deciliter using these 3 large beakers. Explanation of controls. It's a puzzle. Use the D-pad to select the beaker that contains liquid and then confirm with the A button. Then choose the beaker that you wish to move the liquid to and press the A button to move the liquids. Using the 10 deciliter, 7 deciliter, and 5 deciliter beakers, you must create the amount of exactly 1 deciliter. The door won't budge an inch. Strange that this game still didn't crash so far. Usually games that were translated when running on the real hardware constantly crashing. Oh, wait a second. I need to have only one. Like, I do remember how to do this. Need to get 6 or something. Well, by brute forcing you'll finally do this, isn't it? Hold on. Wait a second, I don't want to. How to unchange my choice? It's not possible. Looks like. Hello, Jordashes. You're scared? If you select some choice, you cannot deselect it. That's kinda sad. How to make just one decimeter? Wait a second. 10. If I use 6, I can use also 8. Oh, wait a second. 8, of course. Idiot. That's it. Done. Got it. Yeah, what's translation? I forgot to translate this. Harry melted the chain on the door with a completed liquid. The door slowly opens with a click. Inside the storehouse, nothing important looking stands out, carefully etched between the simple metal shelves that have been placed here in a specific arrangement. However, nothing is here that makes this room worthy of being called a storehouse. I'm drawn toward the cabinet in the back of this room is because I found the presence of the wooden cabinet strange and unsuitable for this simple room. Approach the cabinet and try to open it, however, it will not budge. Well, that's another choice. Three choices. I will look at the floor of the cabinet. I will look inside of the cabinet. I will look on top of the cabinet. Uh, so far, I'm selecting the bad choices, and now which one is the worst one? Maybe on top? I stood up straight and look on top of the cabinet. Other than a layer of dust so thick that it almost appeared as if a cloth had been laid on the cabinet, there's nothing of interest. Oh, my field of vision shakes violently. I lost my balance and fell to the floor. I landed my butt hard enough for it to be unpleasant. Okay, it was wet for sure. There I discover something odd. Countless lines have been brought into the old flooring, and the fiber-shaped wooden chips are exposed. Looks as if someone has moved this cabinet and then returned it to its original position. The marks on the floor are still fresh. They tell me that some other human probably came down here. Is there something beyond this cabinet? Using my body weight, I slowly push the cabinet from its original position. The existence of the inviting drawer behind the cabinet seems completely natural, so of course I place my hand on it. The room is very, what the heck is this, inorganic. While shining my flashlight about, I move through the room and eventually discovered a grate in the floor. From between the bars in the grate I can see a staircase that leads to a lower floor. The grate makes a clunk sound as I open it. It's quite heavy, and so I'm sure of my strength. I do not believe that I could pick it up after opening. Sorry. Great enough so that I can pass through it. I gently place one foot on the staircase that has appeared. I slowly and cautiously confirm each step as I go. I descend the staircase to a matte place in which light cannot reach. Finally, I reach a wide room, much wider than I imagined. I guess this based on the echoes of my footsteps. Run. I'm running. Through this airy space that lies in the basement of the hospital. It is lifeless, and there is no light. All I can do is run through it. Does this world have an end, or did it even have a beginning? Everywhere I go, all that I do is solve the mysterious that appears one after the other, and then move on. I understand this, and expect that the same situation will continue. Still, all I can do is move forward. My singing always results in this conclusion. This door has awaited me. Slowly turn the knob. The inside of this room is different from the ones I have encountered up to this point, and I can feel life in here. There are traces and a sense that someone was in this room. Now listen. I softly picked up the picture frame that was displayed on the desk. A lesson. It is engraved on the picture frame. I gaze at the picture. It is a face that I think I have seen somewhere. I try to remember where as hard as I can, but in the end I cannot remember at all. But I'm sure that. Can I see it? I look so. But I'm sure that I have met this girl somewhere, and more than just once. A diary has been placed next to the picture frame. I reach out with my hand. Pick up the diary, pick up the picture. Let's pick up the picture. A lesson. That name appears in a small engraving in the lower right of the picture, and I read it loud. The girl in the picture just looks at me with her gentle lips open in my way that makes it look as if she wants to say something. That face, which I have a memory of seeing, is especially pretty. This girl is... In the middle of my sentence, I went silent. As I began to return the picture frame to its original position, I noticed that something is written on the back. 0241 DNA? What is this? The incomprehensible letters and being scribbled there. A feeling of doubt runs through my chest. I remove the picture from the frame. I place it in the diary that was sitting beside the picture frame. I then held the diary tightly onto the arm and left the room. What? I think it's something... Wait a second, what was this translation? Okay, I will read it anyway. Can I read it right here? I believe it was an error in translation, but okay. 5001, it's definitely a translation note. The phone had suddenly gone dead. She tried to call back right away. Who? Oh, maybe Sibo. Okay, so it was from some other story here. It was she, so it was she. I completely forgot her name. Sybil, yeah. Alessa, just who is she? And why was her picture on display in the deep basement of the hospital? Where was that strange feeling of a life that I sensed in that room coming from? Unable to figure out any of it out. And so I'm irritated. I head for the examination room on the first floor. All the mysteries of the hospital are surely prepared in that room. Believing so, I race up the stairs while having difficulty breathing. When I open the door to the examination room, I feel the presence of a person and stop moving. The inside of the room is dark. Someone is here. Who is it? Slowly approach. Fire the gun. It was this nurse. So fire the gun. It will be a terrible chase. I read up the handgun. So says, more of you bastards. I can depend only upon my gun. In this hospital, which had become a nest for monsters. At the moment I was about to pull the trigger, a woman shrieked, "Wait! Don't shoot! I'm a human!" Is my gun still ready? I carefully looked at the woman on the desk. What are you doing under there? Once the woman realized that I was a human, she ran forward towards me and threw her arms around me like a child would. Finally, someone else who is okay. To mumbling those words in a tearful voice, she held me more tightly. Who are you? The name is Lisa Garland. What's yours? Mary Mason? After we exchanged our simple introductions, I sat in a chair and she sat on the bed so that we were facing each other. A woman that called herself Lisa had blonde hair and an intelligent look to her. Maybe she might know something. At the moment I was about to speak, the woman began talking. Honey, tell me what's happening here? Where's everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. Your voice did not feel like it was coming from your body and was accompanied by a strange reverberation. It's awful. So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream. As I select my words, I have a feeling that even my own words are not coming from my body. Let me ask you. Yeah, a living nightmare. Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short black hair, 7 years old? A mutter. Shadow, in a voice that Lisa would not hear. Strange translation. 7 years old girl? Was she your daughter? Yes. A 7 years old girl. Can't say that I was unconscious all this time. What? Sadly that there's no perfect translation, but okay. Oh, that's alright. That was just as I expected. I continue asking questions without showing my disappointment. So, definitely she knows nothing about him. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement? No. Why, is there something down there? You don't know? Don't you work there? We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. After changing the subject to the hospital basement, I began to notice that my thoughts were becoming muddy. So really don't know. What do you say was down there? Well, it's try as hard as I can to remember the beautiful sight of that room in the basement. However, in trying to trace my memory back to that, the ringing which had been gone for a while, I returned to my earth. Sound like the bells of the church runs through my head. Oh, my head. What's wrong, Harry? Harry, let me help you. Hurry. Lisa has vanished. After a while I noticed that my body is freezing cold. It is as if I'm dead, but I'm clearly conscious. Where's Lisa? I was definitely talking to you in this examination room. No longer feel the evil presence that I felt in this room, nor in this entire hospital, up until just before. From the window soft light is pouring into the room. Was I dreaming? As I slowly get up, I heard the sound of a door opening. Suddenly I looked toward the source of that sound. The creepy woman I met at the church was standing there with an expressionless look on her face. You were too late. It's you. Yes, Dahlia Gillespie. Tell me everything you know. What's going on? Darkness, she responded before I was even done speaking. The town is being devoured by darkness. The woman continues while maintaining a devout look. Strength must overcome petty desire. Childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come. What are you talking about? Don't understand a word of this. Believe the evidence of your eyes. So I should believe the evidence of my eyes. I understand. I am in a situation in which I can only believe that what I have seen with my own eyes. Look. Yes, indeed. But I believe there's several endings, and you can also read what happened with Sybil. Also, somewhere in this game. So it also has a flowchart with several choices. This red one is choices. So as you can see, there's tons and tons of them. So far I was trying to select the worst one. But there's no game over so far. Maybe it will happen. Why? Why this game exists? Because it's for Game Boy Advance, so people who can have only Nintendo game console and portable can play it? Or why am I playing this? Because it's another game from Silent Hill. I already finished all the Resident Evil games, there's nothing left. The new DLC will be released on Friday, and the next game will be only March next year. So it's Silent Hill now. The other church, in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. And by the way, this game exists in Russian, so you can play it yourself, if you want to. It's beyond my abilities, only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all down? So that's what I saw in this schoolyard. What does it mean? There's a mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed. Hey, wait! Nalia Gillespie. She places an oddly shaped key on the examination table with a top, spins around, heads to the door, and then opens it. I open the door that she closed and roll out into the hospital corridor, but she is nowhere to be seen. The other church, but if I exclude the church I already visited, I do not see anything that looks like a church on the map. Slowly open the phone book attached to the payphone in the corridor. This sounds like Max Payne? Some visual novel? You want to say that it's easier to port PlayStation 1 game on the handheld game console? It's not. Hello, Zedia. Game Boy Advance is not advanced at all until DS, and DS is also not advanced. 3DS can run PlayStation 1 games, it is, and PlayStation 2 as well. In the... a mark is present to guide me. That's next to the phone number for an antique shop in the northeast area of the shopping district. I'll play this game twice to see different endings, and that will be all. And maybe Sibyl's story will be open until after I finish this Harris chapter. And there's another chapter which is DLC that is completely lost because you cannot connect to the internet nowadays. There's no server to download it. After leaving the hospital, I began to look at a loss. It's not that I'm tired, but that I'm sick of the constant weather. I recall what Kaufman said. He's a person that lives in this town, yet he did not appear to know why everyone disappeared. When I woke up, it was like this. That's most certainly what he said. I just hope that it's possible to complete this game. Well, on emulator, of course. On hardware, who knows. Constantly have problems with real hardware. She's a mysterious woman. She seems to be holding some secrets, but she always disappears before I can ask her anything. Her timing in meeting me and talking to me was just a little too convenient. Hello, Manny Rava. Maybe she reads the future or something. At any rate, she seemed to have predicted that I would come here, and she spoke about this. And then this Cheryl's whereabouts. Everything has been unreasonable and illogical. My irritation is increasing. I will end up losing my cool. The antique shop? Yeah, this is it. For a moment I was taken with the sense that someone was watching me. But without looking back, I entered the door as if I was being swallowed by it. The inside of the shop is small. I take a look around using my flashlight and find that the place is such a mess that it looks almost as if it has been ransacked by a thief. Is something here? At first glance, I don't think that there's anything here that concerns me. However, I did not miss that which was hidden behind a shelf. I moved the shelf step by step, and a narrow passage leading into darkness appears. What's this? Worry, I look back toward their familiar voice. Sybil? Sybil, who should have left for the next town over to call for backup, was there. I'm glad you're okay. Shouldn't have left you, things are worse than I thought. It's nuts. What are you doing here? I thought you left town. I saw you going here, so I followed you. Couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out. What about my daughter? Did you see her? No. Sybil shook her head back and forth. Unfortunately, I haven't. I looked down. What about you? Anything? Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dalia Gillespie. Do you know her? Dalia Gillespie? Gillespie? Just met her at the church. Something about her. She's quite a creepy person. She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means? I really don't know. As for me, she said, you can no longer make it time, and such things I did not understand the meaning of. We then just look at each other for a bit, each of us thinking of something. How's it gonna give you? Sybil asked with a bright smile. There have been several situations in which I have to use it. Seems like I have finally gotten used to using it. Well, you know you won't get over it if you don't use it after all. Sybil brushed your finger on the tip of your nose. Just where is that feeling of emptiness that runs through this room coming from? My body and the images entering my pupils, it all seems like I'm in a dream and that my mind is isolated from them. Sybil's calls brought me back around. Harry. Hey, Harry. Oh yeah, what's wrong? Sybil looked slightly irritated and took a long breath. As she shifted her gaze to the passage behind the shelf. What's this? Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there? Let's have a look. Wait, we don't know what's back there. We better check it out first. I'm a cop. I should go. No, I'm going. So place your hands over my mouth to keep me from speaking. Even though I look like this, I'm a police officer. Please, leave everything to me. Think of this as my job. Remained silent for a bit and then gave in to her. Okay, please be careful. Wait a second, Sybil will go inside. Appear inside the hidden passage. Inside it looks like an unseen barrier of darkness has been set up, which makes it look like a place no one should enter. Until I sense that it would be dangerous to move into this passage. It is that kind of passage. I talked to Sybil once as she enters the passage. Sybil? Yes? Do you know anything about, well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream? What are you talking about? I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur. Like some kind of hallucination, you know? I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry. Sybil spoke while shaking her head from side to side. Oh, I was just wondering. Never mind. Harry, you're tired. Yeah, maybe. Am I tired? Yes, I'm tired. If that is all it is, then that is fine. If my being tired is what caused me to see all the hallucinations up to this point, and Cheryl should return to me. The only thing is that sensation and feeling is not that of being tired. Rather, my body feels as if I've been on the floor sleeping continuously like a human in cold sleep, and I'm feeling the agonizing suffering of not easily being able to escape from that state. Leaving me behind, Sybil steps into the passage. I can no longer see her from where I am at. My field of vision is swaying. I press my back to a wall and steadily slid down until I reached the cold floor. The shadows of several of the items in the room expand and contract as the light moves. It is as if a great number of spirits are laughing at me. Eventually, those shadows pounce on me. The bodiless beings bind my hands and feet and corner me until I am unable to move. I cannot speak. One long shadow extends a tentacle towards my neck. Stop, I implore. Hold my both of my palms up, but the shadows passes through the areas between my fingers and reach my neck. I try to speak, but only a gasp comes out that I will not reach. Sybil, that will not reach. Finally, activity in my brain begins to stop due to a lack of oxygen. I saw stars in my eyes and then nothing at all. I lost consciousness as if I were just going to sleep. Well, it's different, it was not an original. My body is freezing. Where am I? Cannot focus my eyes. That's right. It's the antique shop. I'm sitting on the floor with my back against the cold wall. I must have dozed off for a bit. My fingers are as cold as ice, and so I cannot move them normally. While chasing around after shadow, fatigue must have been building up without me releasing it. However, this is no time to be sleeping. I wonder how Sybil's doing. I looked around the room and see that the arrow passage that was hidden behind the shelf is still open, just as it was before. Sybil is still in there. When she comes out, I will have a word with her. She's okay. Seems like quite a bit of time has passed. I will stand and check the gun in my pocket, and then stand at the entrance of the completely dark passage. I have only 3 bullets left. I cannot afford to waste any. My breathing breaks the silence. I get out the gun and hold it near my temple, with it aimed at the stomach of the dark demon, and then I begin to walk forward. I'm worried about Sybil's safety, so I'm guided forward by my quivering feet. After walking for a bit, I sense light coming from somewhere other than the flashlight, my chest. I leisurely turn off my flashlight and see that something is shining at the end of the passage. I rush forward. I'm running toward the light, not unlike how a small insect would. Something is there. Is Sybil alright? Or will I have to confront a monster again? There was a room at the end of the passage. As I enter the room, the light is so dazzlingly bright that I have to shield my eyes with the back of my hand. There's a simple altar on the wall to the right of where I entered the room. A large flame is coming off a thick candle, and green smoke is billowing from it. Maybe blowing. Everything in the room was shaking the light from that flame. But what is this place? As my eyes adjusted to the light, my line of sight jumped to an unbelievable sight. I need to make some more tea. What? She died here? At first I thought it was just a well-made doll, a mannequin with a red shirt on. Red? It's green. It was on its back, and a pool of red liquid. So Sybil was killed here? But I soon understood what it was. Sybil softly called to her. Her light green shirt had been stained crimson by the flow of red liquid from the back of her neck. I was completely confused. Okay, rush to Sybil's side or step back and run away. Let's be a coward here. Run away. Something in this room. I became frightened and left. Head back to the passage that I just came through. Damn it, my flashlight won't turn on. Seems to be broken. I continue to run through the darkness. There's no source of light in front of me, or behind me to tell me which way I'm going. After running for a bit, I thought, was it really this far to the antique shop? Even so, I'm moving. I do not feel like I'm moving forward. It's innate that the corpse of Sybil is pulling at my feet and won't let go. Perhaps I will end up running on this moving floor forever. Finally, my consciousness grows distant and I fall to the cold, hard floor and pass out once again. Harry? Are you okay, Harry? Harry, where am I? Harry, Lisa, then I'm in the hospital. You were having a bad dream. Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay? I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about. Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dalia Gillespie? Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. I heard Hyoki died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since. Well, she said the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any ideas what she's talking about? The town, devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion, weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there wasn't really anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out. Gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in, and everybody clapped up about it. A cult. Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago, when several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'll shut up. No, it's alright. Hey Harry, what happened to your hands? How's this? Just hurt it a little bit. Is it okay? Yeah, just a scratch. Nothing major. Even it's just a scratch. There is a lot of blood. If you don't look after it soon. It's okay, please, don't touch it. Why are you so angry? Sorry, but this does not concern you. I don't want to get you mixed up in this. Sorry, Lisa's words. What? There was missing text. There's a variation of Lisa's words, I think. Sorry. Remained in my ears. Lisa's, I'm sorry. I wonder how long had I been asleep. I found myself in that antique shop again, lying face down, the same position I was in just a short while ago. Was that another dream? Did I pass out again? I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. Could have had a car accident and now I'm lying unconscious in a hospital bed. I don't know what's real anymore. Sybil's body has vanished. She's gone, almost as if she was absorbed into the concrete floor. Maybe Sybil never came here in the first place? Just what did I see? Hallucination? Delusion? I want to talk to Lisa. She knows something. She's holding some secret. I will go to see her. Keeping one hand on the wall to support myself, I stumble out of the antique shop. I open the gate to the hospital and then energetically open the door of the examination room. Inside, Lisa is waiting for me. Harry, she changed from looking completely exhausted and rushed over to me in an innocent, childlike way. But you okay? Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone. I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm really happy to see you. I lightly hug Lisa and gently draw away. I then speak while looking into her eyes. Lisa, have you seen a police woman named Sybil? Sybil? It's the first time I have heard that name. I've not seen her. Since the town has become like this, I have not met any humans other than you. I was irritated that I did not understand anything that was going on, so I loudly clicked my tongue. What's wrong, Harry? You don't seem yourself? Sorry, I just cannot say the truth. When talking to you now, I wonder if it isn't just a delusion. Lisa looks a bit sad. I'm me. Nothing has changed. I've just been waiting for you here all along. Saying nothing, I just looked at Lisa. While we were talking, I couldn't be sure if that I was currently sitting here or actually speaking. My voice and my existence were beginning to disappear in the dry air in the room. And then the door opened and someone came in. Wait a second, Kaufman? At this time? Dr. Michael Kaufman. Yes, he definitely said that he was a doctor at this hospital. What are you doing? Lisa took a deep breath and half smiled to greet him. This is Harry. His daughter has become lost in this town. He already told me that. Have you found her? No, I shook my head from side to side. Harry, do you know Michael? Yeah, when I first visited this hospital, I met him once. I recall the sight of him, holding me at gunpoint. Didn't you live in town? I asked, sarcastically. It was no good. All the roads are blocked. It is impossible to get out. The three of us just remained silent. It's different. It's very different now, so Sybil is dead and Michael Kaufman actually together with Lisa here and me. I grew up in this town. I know this area. As far as I could see, all the roads leading out of town have become precipitous cliffs or were blocked with large boulders. We're completely isolated. Lisa's smile disappeared. Well, what are we going to do? Should start thinking about that. I'm going to get some sleep. With that, Kaufman left the room. Where are you going? To the director's office. He often sleeps there. Lisa answered for him. It's cold. And not unexpected as it is snowing outside. But this room has no heating of any sort. I took off my jacket and went to put it on Lisa, but she shook her head from side to side. Isn't there any heating? Lisa's eyes shifted to the heater in the back of the room. I'm sorry, this worked until yesterday, but today it's broken. It's ironic. Lisa shrugged her shoulders. But there should be an old heater for use in the patient rooms in the reception area. I'll go and get it. Lisa begins to stand, but I stop her. I'll go and get it. You just sit tight. Lisa smiled. You're kind. I pretended not to hear her as I left the room. Why did I come here? I take an audible breath. I was talking to Lisa. I had become mentally tired, but I did find myself faintly attracted to her. An unexplainable irritableness took control of my feelings. I placed my hands on one of the two heaters lined up under the reception counter and then was whipped with a strange sensation. I raised my head and looked around. In the dark, gloomy lobby, there's only the sound of a large wall clock ticking away the passage of undeniable time. While listening to the irregular rhythm of that ticking sound, which was not unlike the irregular pulse of a patient, just before they die, completely forgot why I came to lobby. Footsteps. Footsteps! Turned back, and as I approached the long corridor on the first floor, I saw it. At the end of the corridor, with a white light hitting her back from the window, the dark figure of a girl appeared out of the darkness. She appears to be facing me and can see me. Cheryl? At the moment I began to approach, the figure vanished. The figure vanished. Bang. The sound of gunfire reverberates through the hospital, from the door just left of where I am standing. Lisa! I opened the door. The faint sound of gunpowder wafts through the air. And in the middle of the room, Lisa lay on her side dead. Another death here. Everyone will die in this ending. Lisa instantly sort of Sybil. Situation essentially resemble each other. A subscription? And playing games that you always wanted to completion. Thank you for subscription and collaboration with certain months. Well, I'm not playing the mobile versions, there were several Resident Evil mobile games. That's... no, mobile games are not for me. Handheld games, yeah, but not mobile. Only Lisa and I are in the room, and this closed room only a face-down corpse and me. The short amount of time I was out of the room, someone came and shot Lisa in the neck, and then left the room. That girl, yes, it was that girl. There's no doubt about it. She must have laid in wait for Lisa to be alone. Well, definitely Kaufman killed Lisa. However, for what purpose? Why Lisa and not me? Okay, I can pursue the girl I just saw, or maybe the culprit is somewhere else. Yes, and they're still close. Well, it definitely was Kaufman, so the bad choice here will be pursue the girl, I think. Well, gently opened the door of the examination room. As soon as I got into the corridor that girl was in, I turned and raced in the direction of the elevator hall. The reason there are no people in this town, a mass murder, a murderer in the form of a girl that kills indiscriminately, my body shuddered. As I reached the wall at the end of the corridor, my eyes fell upon yet another gruesome sight. Kaufman died! What? Who killed Kaufman? Kaufman has shrunk into the corner of the hall. As he was driven there, one of the walls is scarred with a disgusting sputter and he is already dead on the floor. Okay, nobody survived. Upon seeing his injury, I sank to the ground. I sat with my legs crossed on the hard tile floor, at a loss as to what to do. That girl is walking around and destroying everything she sees with the gun. However, that girl is not here now. I buried my face in my hands. I thought, please kill me soon. As each of the people in town are killed, I don't want to be the last one. Please, kill me soon. With my eyes closed, I prayed hard and wished for that. And then the girl came, the long sound of a motor, and I soon announced her arrival. The door slowly opened and closed. After stepping off the elevator, the girl walked over to me and stood there. I was able to tell who the girl was without even raising my head. Daddy. Could not hold back my overflowing tears. I placed my paws on my face and cried out, Cheryl, why? Why are you doing this? My intelligible voice resonated with the walls of the hall. Cheryl was killing everyone here! Look at this! Cheryl with a gun! Oh my god. I didn't expect this ending. Daddy, I look at Cheryl through the spaces between my fingers. Her small right hand, she held a black, solemn handgun. She was disproportionate to her size. I said, if you're going to kill me, then do it. Oh, give me that handgun. Okay, let's die here maybe. Sorry. Your daddy doesn't understand, but if you're going to kill me, then do it. I'm in agony to finally be reunited with you like this. With an expressionless face, Cheryl pointed the barrel of the gun at me. Hand it over to him now, Cheryl. That voice woke me up. Particularly a hoarse voice. Dahlia! Could faintly see her standing in the darkness behind Cheryl. Dahlia did not move. She looked down me and began to speak. It's terrible. The gods have passed judgment on you. Under the pretext of searching for your missing daughter, you were unable to get her back. What are you saying? Dahlia taps Cheryl's shoulder, and Cheryl holds on the handgun. Daddy, isn't this yours? It was dropped here. I remained seated and then I reached out and took the handgun without knowing why. My handgun? Oh yeah, there were 3 bullets and he killed everyone himself. Hurriedly checked my pockets. The handgun was definitely missing. Doesn't appear that you have released it yet. I carefully studied the gun I was holding. It's definitely the gun I received from Sybil. 1 round is chambered in the gun. Wait, this 1 round is a gun? 1 round? Daydream recollection. This is the antique shop. Sybil heads to the altar at the end of the passage. I follow her without making any footstep sounds. Sybil doesn't notice me. I strangle her from behind. I push her down to the floor. I press the gun I'm holding to the base of her neck and forcefully pull the trigger. Where is this? Hospital? I leave the examination room, yes, to get the oil heater, no. Instead, I return to the room. Lisa was surprised. I grabbed her long blonde hair. Her scream and the gunshot occur at the same time. A terrible headache. I cannot take it and run out in the corridor. I run to the man that was surprised by the gunshot and has come out of a room. He sees what I have in my right hand. He sees the red stain on my clothes. I persistently chase him. I look at his back as he runs away. He's a fool. It's Kaufman. There's a dead end ahead. I've nowhere left to run to. He slammed to the floor in the corner of the hall. With a pathetic hand, I placed my right leg on his shoulder. A piercing voice. It looks like you have remembered. Dahlia's piercing voice penetrates my eardrums. Something snaps with me. Dahlia, I cannot speak through my tears. Cheryl clings to Dahlia and stares fixedly at me. She appears to be frightened. Silence. It's strange that my daughter would cling to a woman that she has just met. Even as I shared the same time and space with them, they felt completely like people from another dimension. If you're going to kill, then you should do it. No one is left in this town. This town is dead. Snow still continues to fall even now. On the roof and walls of the decrepit hospital, on all the houses, a merciless source of white ice falls. I fly into the sky. I look down the town, wrapped in thick fog. It is going far away. I spread out my arms and climb even higher. This feels good. It's invigorating. If I close my eyes, I feel that I would rise all the way to space. On top of the desk, Cheryl has watered the dandelions that have bloomed in the garden. My body is my distant consciousness. My entire body trembles. I'm holding a gun in my right hand, lying face down on the desk in my study. I will never move ever again. Calm sunlight. Gentle breeze blows in from the window. Cheryl. That was the game. And I finished it with a maybe worst ending. Well, I was trying. Kinda interesting. So there's not just original endings, but a new one when Harry killed everyone. Sybil, Lisa, and even Kaufman. Can't believe this. That was nice. How many endings has this game? I didn't try to check some guides. It's making it completely blind. Okay, during this credits I can try to find it in game FAQ. So yeah, there's Sybil scenario, Harry scenario, Boys scenario that completely lost. So can I see endings? How many endings? Oh my god, this guide is very huge. Looks like it's complete translation of everything. But I just want to see how many endings here. Oh, let's Google it. Plain, novel, silent, hill endings. Okay, ending 1, ending 2, ending 3, ending 4, ending 5. Oh my god, there's tons of endings. 6. I want to see the true ending, of course. Not maybe all of them. 7. Oh my god. So if I get every single card at the end, this means I checked everything. Since the open is so short. Well, it's limitation on the card. Let's see. Digital trading cards. So got this one. Kaufman. 6. I know that it's not possible to get them all because you cannot download DLC. So the two! So the two of them are to unlock. Well, checking every single pass will be really hard, I think. And how to unlock Sybil scenario? Maybe it's available already. Uh, can use this guide. Okay, Kaufman cards. Let's see, card number 6. 0, 6. I got ending number E1. E1. So there's E2, which is slightly different. And what is the difference? If you ask the gun from Cheryl, or actually ask her to kill you. Okay, let's start again. I will make some tea, because it's silent here. Continue. Sybil story is available now. Let's play Sybil. She also has several endings, so what? Hello? Hello? The phone had suddenly gone dead. She tried to call back right away, however, the call would not go through. Perfect. I wonder what is going on. Her co-worker Sally saw Sybil's flushed face and couldn't help making a joke. It's because you're so hostile. I might say just don't want to talk to you anymore. Hostile? Perhaps after all I do always say what's on my mind. Saying this, Sybil smiled. The peaceful town of Brahms. The population is small. Perhaps for this reason there has not been an incident worth calling an incident for several years. As for the officers on the night shift, they generally pass the time by staring at newspaper clippings or chatting with colleagues at other departments. Even now, with nothing notable appearing in the local news, Sybil was just having a meaningless conversation about this, and that with a friend in the Silent Hill Police Department. Hello, Kyle. But then suddenly the line had gone dead, and they had not called back. The call won't go through. Maybe this is happening because someone is trying to tell you not to waste all your time chatting? How about settling down and taking your feet off the desk? Sybil does not care for Sally's big sister-like attitude. Sybil calls the Silent Hill police station one more time. What? Sybil thought. Seems this might the result of the telephone lines having been severed or something. So, is there any other endings for Sybil, or it will be just one ending without any choice? Let's see the chart. I cannot open the chart, so maybe it's just her story. Sybil leaps from her chair, causing it to spin, reaches for the helmet on top of her locker, and with it in hand, prepares to leave the room. Wait, Just where do you think you're going at this hour? Sally has a look of, you have got to be kidding on her face, and then she absentmindedly allows the coffee cup she was holding in her right hand to fall to the floor. Hot! You can take care of that yourself. Sybil nubbled this in her head and, in the next moment, ran out of the room. Sybil straddles the motorcycle in the garage, inserts the key, and revs the engine. The sound of the exhaust resonates in the small space. She pulls out into the road and increases her speed as she is bathed from head to toe in the uncomfortably warm wind. Starlight! Starlight falls upon her from the clear starlit sky. It doesn't look like the weather could have caused the problem with the phone lines. Sybil Hadley holds into the handlebars and continues to increase her speed. At this hour, there should not be any other cars heading to Silent Hill. The road has been lit in front and behind only by street lamps since she reached this mountain road, and there is no sign of anyone in the area. However, after a while, she was able to see the taillights of a vehicle swaying far off in the darkness in front of her. There's a cliff on one side of the road. Whether they release it or not, the vehicle is heading toward the same destination as Sybil at high speed. Normally, I would pull this guy over. Sybil mutters this, increases her speed, and catches up with the four-wheel drive jeep in no time. As she passes it, Sybil glances inside the jeep for a moment, quickly smiles, and then blasts in front of it. The jeep quickly becomes smaller and smaller in the side mirrors of her motorcycle. And then she started to notice that she could not keep her eyes focused. Sleepiness. No, I have been on the night shift for a while and should have got plenty of sleep this afternoon. Her body becomes one with the motorcycle and slides through the darkness. It was foolish to wear short sleeves. Also, it was rather warm when Sybil left the station. Now her skin feels so cold, but it's like the cold is cutting into her. Her eyelids are heavy. Her mouth has become dry. What's wrong with me? She lightly shakes her head left and right. Against her will, her right hand turns the grip that will cause her to accelerate. The needle is buried and madly shakes back and forth. Sybil then starts straight forward. But it was already too late. In the middle of the road, a girl stood with her arms raised to shield her from the light. Sybil slammed on the brakes. The last thing she saw was the rapidly approaching rock wall on the side of the road. Oh, what is hit? Something cold is touching Sybil's cheek. Sybil slowly opened her eyes. Who am I? She's not yet able to stand up. She does not seem to be hurt. However, her body will not do as she commands. Nonetheless, she is fully conscious. Large snowflakes are falling all over her body. She's lying face down in the middle of a wide street. I wonder just how long I have been here like this. I'm waiting for the nurse throughout her body to return to normal. Sybil lumbered to her feet. Her body was sluggish, like when she wakes up. She was unable to think straight. Silent Hill. That is what is written on the sign on the sidewalk. In addition to the out of season snow, the area is enveloped in thick fog, which generally makes your destination look differently than it normally would. The motorcycle that she came here on was also nowhere to be found. With nothing else to do, she decided to rest in the cafe facing the street. The inside of the cafe is dead silent. She does not see any customers or employees. This destroys her hopes of getting something warm to drink, so she lets out a sigh. Fusa must get in contact with the other officers back in Brahms. Sybil picks out the receiver from the phone on the corner of the counter, but not a single sound can be heard from the speaker. Seems like somehow the heavy snowfall, which could be called abnormal weather, has damaged the communication systems. There's no doubt that this is the reason why the call got cut off at the Bram station. Sybil looks around the inside of the cafe. Oh, she gasps without thinking about it. She can see a man lying down on one of the long bench seats lined up along the windows. A customer? No, this place isn't open. She moves near him and... Hmm? Hello, Monte Carlo. So, almost nobody playing this? Even they saying that it's marathon. Well, when I was playing all Resident Evil games, I also skip all mobile games. But if it was released on handheld game console, it must be played, especially if it was translated. Well, some games are not translated, so I'm thinking to use like Google Translation to play them, but for visual novels there will be tons and tons of text, and obviously Google Translate cannot translate correctly. Anyway, I'll play it for sure. Okay. She moves near him and looks down at his sleeping face. His face is twisted in agony, as if he's having a frightening dream. By the way, the first bad ending that I was intentionally trying to get kinda surprised me. The arcade? Pachinko never. There's no plot in Pachinko, isn't it? Arcade, if I will be able to find it, of course I'll play it. But not the second one. It's gambling. Sybil and Arcades, it takes part on the ship, isn't it? Sybil hesitated. She waits for the man to wake up. Oh, so there's actually choices here. Uh-huh. So she also will have several endings, isn't it? Okay, let's try to get another bad ending. She wants for the man to wake up. She waits. So in original she waited, right? So let's wake him up. Sybil approaches the man and holds her arms out in a way that suggests that she's going to shake his shoulders. The real one? Well, just buy the real one to play the game and stream it. Wait a second, how will you stream it from this? By using camera or something? Well, at least I can play it on real handheld game console, and usually I prefer to play in the real hardware. But streaming is another hardest part, isn't it? Okay, so approach the man and holds your arms out. Okay, so I right already. At that moment, the man woke up with a look of surprise on his face. His body and is a way to brush Sybil's hands away, then stared at her. So you want to say that you have a real, I don't know, real hardware for Soundkiller Hill Arcade? Human? Are you human? Sybil makes an effort to compose herself and then sits down on a nearby chair. Of course I am. May you having a bad dream or something? Oh yeah, so on emulator you'll be using a mouse. In Spain! It's kinda super far from here. Right now I'm in Texas. Actually, it will be super far from Russia as well. Must be, I don't know, somewhere there, West Europe, to get there. Hmm. The man finally regains his composure as well, and then he adjusts his position on the bench seat. So he was attacked by mysterious monsters before he came here. Mysterious monsters? Oh yeah, it might have been just a dream. I think that it was real. It was all weird and unclear. Who are you? I'm Sybil Bennett. I am a police officer of the neighborhood town of Brahms. All communication with this town suddenly went dead, so I came here to investigate. Her expression changed slightly to one of relief. Hmm? Well, watching the stream is different from playing it yourself. Okay, I will definitely play it on emulator, because buying hardware for just one single game is kinda... I'm not rich. So even this, yeah, of course I'm not playing from the real cartridge, because it's not translated. So for any single game I usually using flashcards. I should have said so sooner, but Harry Mason, I'm a writer. I decided to come here for my first vacation in a while. Harry shrugged his shoulders. I looked at Sybil with a serious look on his face. And when I arrived here, I got separated from my daughter. She's a little girl 7 years old with black hair. Her name is Cheryl. You haven't seen her, have you? Sorry, but I haven't. I see. Just where did she go? She's not the type of just come home. When I came to, I was lying on the street in front of this cafe. As for now, how I got here, I don't remember at all. That sounds a lot like what happened to me. Well, anyway, Harry stands up and glass and the out of season snow that continues to fall. But second, what will be the difference if you wake him out yourself? It definitely will be some different paths here. Maybe it will be merged at some point. Well, I'll figure this out. Well, yeah, I have only Intel burst. MD I had only once in 2005. Same problem with Samsung. And after this, I was using only Intel and nothing else. Harry stands up and glances at the out of season snow that continues to fall. I got to look for Cheryl. There's no way I can just leave her here alone. I say, well, I'll give you this then. You never know what might happen under these circumstances. But it's in translation for the second scenario slightly different. Maybe it was translated by someone else. Phil returns and pulls the trigger without hesitating. She gives her a handgun loaded with live ammunition. But you'll be alright? I asked worriedly. I'm not like the average girls around here. I've undergone the proper training. Sybil placed her hand on the exit door, but then she turned and faced Harry again. Harry, don't go shooting me by mistake or anything. Haven't had any training on how to stop bullets. She smiled after saying this, opened the door of the cafe, and then headed out in the thick fog. Sybil looks back and sees that the cafe has disappeared into the fog. Having lost your motorcycle, Sybil can only wander about on foot. Wait a second, how many guns does she have? 2? Okay, on foot alone, and alone in the area town. It's too quiet. There's no sense of anyone at all. I would like to hail a taxi or something, but there's not a single car running. At some point, Sybil had begun to run. Above all, she must get out of Silent Hill. However, after running for a bit, Sybil's hopes were crushed. All the roads leading out of town were cut off, and it was as if the entire town was floating in the air. There was no way for anyone to enter the town. Sybil sighs deeply. She then decides to try going back the way she came. After running for a bit, she comes to another steep valley like before. It's wide in immense passage. And then she became sure that it was not possible to escape from this place. Sybil felt like a bird in a cage. She walked up pathetically and aimlessly through the fallen snow. It was not long before a black, wriggling object appeared in her field of vision. A dog? What is that? Off in the fog, the four-legged thing moved at a slow pace that gradually closed the distance between it and her. And then, as soon as it detected Sybil, it began to ferociously run toward her, scattering the fog as it moved. The monster. We can select what monster did? The monster attacked Sybil just run away? Seriously, we are selecting what the dog will do? Because it would be more sense if Sybil attacked the dog or run away. What to select? Attack Sybil? Sybil just managed to duck in time, and the fierce monster passes over her head, continues forward just a little bit, and then turns around. It is clear that it's coming after Sybil. Sybil places her hand on her belt to draw her handgun. She utters, "Oh, she had just tuned her handgun to hurry not long ago, she went pale." Sybil forcefully stands up and begins to run with all her strength. The sound of the monster's footsteps and its haunting close in on her as it persistently chases her from behind. She stomps on the pavement and she moves forward. In the corner of her eye, Sybil sees buildings appear out of and disappear in the fog. And at some point, she ends up losing her bearings and the constant show of her location. She then notices that she no longer senses the presence of the monster. She stops and leans against an antique lamppost and presses on her chest. She waits at the time between her continuous wide breaths, gradually increases, and then begins walking again. Sybil calms herself down or is overcome with hopelessness. Being unable to escape from Silent Hill, Sybil then worried about what she should do next. Since all the people have vanished, she cannot even talk to anyone about what is happening here. She should look for the police station. Even if the person I was talking on the phone with earlier isn't there, I might be able to get some other information there. She has visited this town many times. Following her the thread of her memory, she begins walking along the complicated, interesting streets? What? Oh yeah, by the way, I wanted to make some tea myself because it's completely done. I'll take a pause for just 1 minute. It will be fast. And thank you for the following. So now you can listen to this voice. You're back instantly. Who is gone? I'm right here. Hello, Starlight. Yeah. Everyone still everything? Well, just making some tea. I don't know if I will be able to... No, I'll definitely will not be able to get every single end in here, but I really want to see every single outcome. So, I think I'll finish it tomorrow, fully. Just how long have I been walking? As she saw the words police appear from out of the fog, her entire body was completely exhausted. Wait a second, so the whole city is freezing. It's really Shattered Memories was based on this game, not the original PlayStation 1. She opened the glass door at the entrance and heads inside. As she does this, she sees that no one is here, which is just as she had expected. Lack of any sound is painful to her ears. After she walked around the reception area for a bit, she moved toward a room the door had been left open for. The plate beside the door says, Meeting room. Compared to the same room at the Bram station, this one is quite small. She looked around the room. Clunk. At the same time, Sybil entered the room. One of the discordantly arranged folding chairs moved quite a bit. She read it herself. Who's there? Oh, wait a second. Was it Harry? I don't remember he was... No, in original he was in police station, but right now what's he doing here? Man jumped up right away and pointed a black handgun at Sybil. The man lowers the gun or fires at Sybil. Fires at Sybil. The bullet raises Sybil's temple and impacts on the wall of the meeting room. Shocked, Sybil sank to the floor. What? Is she still alive? Sybil, all the color has drained out the face of the man that is standing in front of the still unable to speak Sybil. It was unmistakable. It was Harry. Sorry, are you alright? I was shocked. If you had been just a little more over, then you would have hit me. Harry sighs deeply. I have done an unforgivable sin. I have encountered a monster up till now. I ran in here to get away. I was sure that the monster had come in. Sybil thought. Please don't mistake me for a monster. At any rate, I wondered if maybe someone might be here, so I came in to check it out. As you can see, things are like this. The inside of the station was ominously silent. Even in the other officers, if the other officers were here, since there are monsters running loose outside, there's no reason for the two of them to just relax and warm up in the station. Let's look somewhere else. There should be charges over the river. Maybe she's in custody there? Wait a second, what? In custody there. Okay. After muttering this, Harry holds the gun out to Sybil as if he has released something. I'll get the gun and he'll be using pipe. I'll give this back to you. I have had a few opportunities to use it, but this seems more suited to me. Harry says this, and there is a long steel pipe that he picked up somewhere. I see. But you would be better off just getting used to using it. Harry has a sorrowful look on his face. Sybil gives him a contemptuous glance, and then a smile appears on her face. Then she runs out of the station. On the way to the church, Harry tells Sybil about the events that occurred in the cafe while running out of breath. Indeed, something is wrong here. I was glad to have received the handgun from you. Cheryl doesn't have any weapons. and she's just a little girl. Hoping that Cheryl would be at the church, Sybil carefully ran over the slippery asphalt. He opened the heavy door of the church. The space inside is wrapped in warm calmness. It projects a very silent feeling. No churchgoers are present on any of the long benches, which have been arranged facing the cross in front. Perhaps no one is here. Thinking this, the two of them move further in. Eventually, as I notice a woman planted on a simple chair above the altar. You're too late. The woman mutters this and stands. You're too late. The girl that you're looking for just left here. The color of Harry's face changed. Cheryl? Was it Cheryl? She's a 7-year-old girl with black hair. The woman at the altar puts one hand up to silence her. Even without saying this, you would understand. But I will tell you this much: the two of you will never see that girl again. Wait a second, you want to say that Dahlia is actually a good person here? Not a bad one? My predictions are often correct. That girl knows what you are planning. Yes, she will head towards her goal without being found by you. She's just a young girl. She came to this town and then went missing. If she did come here, then why did you let her go alone? Sybil screamed at the woman. Oh dear, such words! Have no obligation or reason to protect that child, and also, she stops speaking and then comes down from the altar. She was not alone. My daughter is with her. What? So is this game also connected to the third game? Or maybe her daughter, what she was talking about, was unless. Because I doubt that her sister actually existed till the third game. Alright, Sybil thought. Your daughter? If those girls happen to be separated, then it would certainly be a pity. What is more, my daughter would most surely not remain silent. And I began to speak as if the floodgates had just been opened. What are you getting at? I'm Cheryl's guardian. I have a responsibility to protect her. Tell me where she is going. The hospital, but it's useless to follow after them. If you do not want to die, then you must leave this place. I'm Dahlia Gillespie. If you do not wish to increase the number of corpses, then do not destroy those girls, yes? Wait a second, she's acting differently. In original she said, and in the first chapter she said that we must stop the girl? Or darkness, or something. Very strange. Before Dahlia finished speaking, Harry ran out of the church. Harry, wait! Sybil prepares to chase after him and looks back at Dahlia. Dahlia was there trying to suppress a laugh. What Sybil saw was Dahlia's unsightly backside. In order to resurrect myself, I will need your body. Please understand this. Wait a second, what is this text? I understand. That is why I came here and came to see you. To think of these 7 years, I never once was able to get out of bed and couldn't even move. However, everything is going according to plan and I was able to be reunited with you. But they will come after us. What should we do? Let me take care of everything. Once Sybil caught up to Harry, he was having a difficult time breathing. You alright? That woman, Dahlia or something. Harry placed one hand on his chest, stopped in the street and placed his other hand on a car. I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling that wasn't the first time that I met that woman. Long ago, I think I met her somewhere. Harry says this and begins coughing. Harry, you don't look so good. Sybil, the air seems to have gotten thin here or something. I just have to deal with it. Harry. Okay. Harry begins to talk again or begins coughing violently. Well, definitely be. Cough, cough. Harry began to cough violent. Well, my god, I cannot pronounce this word. Violence, so violently. Violently, right? Again. Alright. You look like you in pain. Blood flows out from the spaces between the fingers of the hands that Harry placed on his mouth. Harry wiped his hands on his palms without surprise. It's nothing to worry about, please don't look at me like that. But your palms are stained black with blood. Sybil stared at Harry's face. He looks lonely and even more worn down than when they first met in the cafe. Since coming here, my physical condition has been deteriorating. Once I released this, I even found scratches all over my body. It's because all I'm thinking of is Cheryl. That's why I'm not feeling the pain. Saying that, Harry pulled up one of his palm legs. Around his arm there was a long dark red scar. It was a painful looking wound, one that would be impossible to ignore. Harry. Well, it's alright. A town in which snow is falling. The name Dahlia. And her daughter is my daughter. The fact that they are together. He lifts his head and looks at Sybil. Something. There's something that I think I know, but it's not the tip of my tongue, but I cannot remember it. Sybil softly places her hand on Harry's shoulder. Get tight, Harry. Let's rest for a bit. Harry brushes Sybil's hands away and then begins walking while pressing one hand to his chest. Harry. Sybil once again follows behind Harry's frozen back. Unable to make out the letters on an old signboard, Sybil tries Swindon. AGB Hospital is written in faded paint. In this building, Cheryl and Dahlia's daughter. And here, hospital looks like ruins, and an ruins is present. That makes one hesitant to even step inside. Sybil just happens to notice an object that looks like a pedestal next to the door. On top of it, plates of 4 different colors have been placed. Sybil reads the message inscribed on the pedestal aloud. The chosen ones must be moved to the chosen place. Once the task is complete, the guidepost leading to a house shall appear. It will be another puzzle. Use the L and R buttons to select a plate. Use the D-pad to move the selected plate. Wait a second. Can they repeat it? Oh yeah. So this one green here. Oh, it's moving on its own. Well, it was kinda super easy. Harry opened the door. Also, they came as stealth. Inside the hospital, it is dark, and it seems that if one does not walk carefully, then they would stumble. Pictures hanging on the walls, withered plants on the receptionist's desk, and other furnishings can be faintly seen. Is your daughter really in this place? I don't know, but all we can do is trust that woman from before. We don't have any other clues. Harry spoke, not expecting a reply. He slowly turned the knob of a nearby door. It appears to be locked. He lets out a long sigh. Wait, Harry. Let's split up and search. I will start from the top floor and search heading down. You start from the bottom. Wait a second. Bottom is actually a double basement, right? Then we will meet up in the middle. That way we won't lose each other. Harry looked woeful. Sorry, I wish there was something I could do to thank you. Once we find your daughter, then you can take me out to dinner or something. Sybil smiled brightly. Sybil immediately began to run toward the wall at the end of the corridor when she arrived on the third floor, which should be the top floor of the building. She caught her breath and then began to search for the girl. Sybil begins to walk along the concrete wall that is dimly lit by the outside light. Several doors are on the left and right of the passage. Each door has a three-digit number plate on it, and without even looking inside, she can tell that they are hospital rooms. Cheryl, if you are there, come out. Your daddy is looking for you. Sybil's voice just reverberates and then fades into the air. She places her hand on the knob of one of the doors and turns it. It appears to be locked. Maybe Cheryl is in one of the rooms and locked it from the inside? But if Sybil's voice cannot reach her, just how should I search for Cheryl? That's it. Sybil thinks of something. If I use the key, or if I use the hospital intercom. Wait a second, I don't know which one is the worst. First of all, you don't have the key. How can I use it? In hospital intercom? By the way, why not? Let's use it. The hospital intercom. Most hospitals have a speaker installed in each room. Hospital of this size should definitely have such a thing installed. I'll head back to the reception area on the first floor and then look for the room with the intercom equipment. If something happens down there, then I can get help from Harry. Realize this after coming up to the third floor. Release. Sybil races back down the stairs that she just ran up in order to return to the first floor. Her way down the stairs, Sybil heard footsteps. She was passing the second floor. Harry? Second floor is the same as the third. The central corridor with doors lined up on both walls. Harry? Is it you, Harry? There's a large window at the end of the hall. White light from the foggy outside is reflecting off the floor. Without releasing it, Sybil squinted. But someone is standing in front of the window. From the shape of the outline of the human visible in the darkness, Sybil can tell that it's not Harry. It looks like a girl. Sybil just stared at the figure and was unable to move a bit, just like a frog being stared down by a snake. All her movements were stilled. Cheryl? Who knows how long it was before she said that? The girl did not answer and began moving towards Sybil, as if she was gliding. Slowly, they continued moving towards Sybil. Eventually, the girl twisted her body and jerked her right hand. She made her hand into a fist, created a large bullet of light, and then looked at Sybil. What? Watch out, Sybil! Get down! It's Harry's voice. At the moment Sybil drops down, the bullet of light slides through the air and bucks into something behind her. What the heck is this? Well, that takes care of one of them. Looks like Harry. Go vanishes. Sybil turns and sees Harry lying face down, holding his hand to his chest. Harry is struggling as hard as he can to reach his hand out to Sybil. Sybil rushes over to him and sits him up. Harry, I thought that something was wrong. With the time I released, too late. Harry, don't talk. Harry's body becomes heavier. Sybil, I'm done for. Please, won't you help Cheryl? That girl from before. That wasn't Cheryl, was it? That was. Harry, hold on, Harry! Harry stops moving or talks about the girl or opens his eyes wide. The worst one maybe stops moving. Harry! Harry did not speak or respond again. Sybil, who had been unable to accept the incomprehensible events that had occurred around her up to this point, was unable to believe that the man in front of her was dead. The wind seems to be blowing outside. Sybil stared at her hands. She had become covered with blood. Instead of trying to wipe them off, she firmly rasped her handgun. Something like a kind of resolution arose in Sybil's stern look. Cheryl, I must find her, and then take her home. Just, who was the girl? Cheryl? Or was it that woman's daughter? Concerning the incidents that have occurred in this town, no, they cannot be called incidents, but instead concerning this enigmatic situation, have not found one piece of conclusive evidence, and that irritates me. And this uneasiness about the loss of my only partner. She must be frightened somewhere. Cheryl, that airy figure of the girl. Several feelings of discontent ran through Sybil's mind. That Dahlia might know something, however, the destination that she indicates is this place. Rather than returning to the church, it would be best to search her. Sybil had returned to the first floor to get the key to the hospital rooms, but then she noticed a door that had been left open. The door sways on its hinges as a result of winds blowing from somewhere. This draws Sybil's attention and she moves toward the door. This door was unmistakably locked and not open just before. Sybil looks in the doorway and at the same time gasps. Is this a staircase leading to the basement? Or there is a blinding light? Sybil covers her eyes in reaction to it. Okay, second. The blinding light falls all over Sybil's body. Sybil lost her ability to see instantly and had no idea whether her eyes were open or closed. Sybil's sight finally began to return to her. She felt the wind on her skin. From these two senses, she could tell that she was now outside. She doesn't sense any people. The chirping of birds. A nostalgic scent in front of her, an area of flowerbirds spreads out. There's a sense that she has seen somewhere before. Sybil begins to walk, and then, at some point, she begins to run. She passes through the trees, and once she climbed a small hill, her field of vision once again expanded. This is a cemetery. Sybil finally remembers. This is the place where her grandparents are resting. When she was young, her parents often brought her here. Next to her grandparents' graves, many people in the black have gathered. The sobbing of the people dressed in mourning clothes can be heard. Everyone is familiar. Your mother and father, your 3 years younger sister. What's wrong? Did something happen? No answer. The police chief of Bronx, fellow officers, and Sally. Hey Sally, who passed away? No answer. The sacred ceremony is proceeding without delay. A magnificent casket is brought out by several men, and then it's gently lowered into a hole that was prepared in advance. Sally is whispering to Sybil's mother in a low voice. I told her just think about what might happen. I recommended that she use a car for transportation. When pulling over your letters, many accidents have happened. Just cannot believe that this could have happened to her. Sally says this and then falls silent. But What are you saying? I'm right here. Notice me. Sybil tries as hard as she can to try and make someone notice her, but no matter what she does, no one does. Your name has been engraved on the tombstone. Am I dead? Am I dead? Someone tell me! Between the people dressed in black, there's a girl wearing a white one-piece dress standing on the dark green grass, only half visible. She's just a figure, and only half her face can be seen, but it's a familiar one. Everything becomes vest in white. The girl's face sways, as it were floating in the air, and then the girl softly calls Sybil's name. Before long, nothing else appeared in Sybil's eyes. The end. Okay, it's definitely a bad ending, so at least 2 bad endings are done. From 2 different chapters. Okay, how many endings in Symbols? Definitely not much because there were not much choices, like in Harris one. Well, I can try to aim for the best ending now, of course I might not be able to do this. Can I see how many endings Sybil has? Hold on, try to find it. Alright, see something, so ending A, ending B1, B2, let's scroll to the end. Ending C, so like maybe 4 less endings and some variants. No, I think that I will complete this game for 100%. I know that it's not possible to get all the cards because there's no DLC. Maybe it's possible, I don't know. For DLC there are supposed to be 4 or 6 cards. Well, I'll try to get most of them. So I think I'll play... I finished 2 bad endings. We'll try to get 2 good endings, and after this we'll use the guide to get every single one that left. It will be much easier. Oh, got 0 cards now. Let's see them. Soldalia, number 5. And Dog, number 14. Seriously, I don't understand. Actually, no, I understand. I don't like digital content because if there's some game available only digital, at some point of time, the serial will be deleted and the ROM will be lost. So this happened to this one, this game. Okay, of course, continue. So let's continue. Oh, it's almost 11. Almost 11. I don't know, maybe it's better to get all the stories from Civil. Of course, this one I'll skip. How is it possible to auto progress it? Not possible. I don't want to accidentally select the choice. Right now I cannot even open the chart. To the first choice, maybe. No, I cannot see the skip button. I can only check the previous text. Oh, wait a second, skip button is R? If I keep clicking it. I hope it's not acting as A button. Let's see. The first choice was to wake him up or wait for this. Maybe it's acting as A button. Oh, now I can select. So I can actually go to the choice here. So we already used she wakes someone up, or she waits for someone. And our button is actually not selecting anything, so can use it to skip the text. So she waits for the man to wake up. Sybil was relieved to know that she was not the only person in the town. She sat down at the counter and waited for the man to awaken. After a bit, Sybil saw that the man's breathing had become troubled, as she saw that he forcefully sat up. Let's see, yeah, but looks like it will be connected at the end here. Might be wrong. Sybil moved over to the man until she was able to look down at him and then folded her arms. She was relieved. It was how she honestly felt. Still here. Looks like you have come around. Who are you? The man asked this while heavily shaking his head. I'm Sybil Bennett. All communication with this town suddenly went dead. That's what it means, so I came here to investigate. Not totally the same text, no? I'm Harry Mason. I brought my daughter to this town for some sightseeing, but on the way there was an accident and I lost consciousness. Oh yes, Sybil, you haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? A little girl? For a moment, Sybil could not hide your... No, wait a second, text is slightly different. Your astonishment. But then, because of your profession, she quickly finds a more resolute attitude. A little girl. No, I haven't seen her. When I came to after the accident, my daughter was nowhere to be seen. The passenger door was open and she was gone. Cheryl. Sorry, my daughter's name is Cheryl. She's a timid child. Okay, now the text is like in the first, well, chapter scenario. So it's hard to imagine that she headed out in the bird town alone. Plus, I was there in the driver's seat, and since she gave me no warning, it just doesn't make sense. I'm familiar with this area. There's no sign of anyone, and what is going on with the snow at this time of year? Just what in the world has happened in this town? Harry spoke while silent. I'm afraid I don't know either. I still haven't seen anyone other than you. It's like that town is as silent as a graveyard, but without even their means to contact any neighboring towns. I see. So, you also had an accident? I thought it was a good idea to head to the police station and this town alone on my motorcycle, but I guess I was going a little too fast. A girl suddenly jumped out of the road. I'm pretty sure it was a girl. Almost hit her. I cut the handlebars hard in order to avoid her. After that, I can barely remember anything. When I came to, I was lying on the street. In front of this cafe. So naturally I came in here to get out of the snow, and then I found you sleeping there. I was having some kind of a terrible dream. As for if I made it here on my own, I don't remember at all. Just what in the world has happened in this town? What's going on with everything? Well, the situation is definitely strange. I will head back to Brahms for reinforcements, and then return here. How about you? Sybil stood and fixed her collar with resolute fortitude. I've got to look for Cheryl. There's no way I can just leave her here alone. I see. Well, I'll give you this then. You never know what might happen under these circumstances. If you feel threatened, then pull the trigger without hesitating. She gives her a handgun loaded with live ammunition. You'll be alright? Harry asked worriedly. You look like the average girls around here have undergone the proper training. Okay, now it's connected to this one. But I cannot simply continue it here. Why there's no like skip button? So it doesn't matter what I will select, and it will be just slightly different text in the middle, but here it will be the same. They're both connected to the same. Okay, so I can skip this text now. Just slightly different text. Now we are at the town, and there was a dog. Alright. Yeah, still the same path. So let's go to the next choice. So I selected attack civil. This time it will be just run away. The monster just moves right past civil and then continues away from here. Clearly this headed somewhere with some purpose. Various concerns run through the back of Sybil's mind until she begins to chase after the monster. However, its speed is fast and it does not appear possible for Sybil to be able to catch up to it. Additionally, the thick curtain of fog is also making her pursuit difficult. Sybil continues to run for a while, but ends up completely losing sight of her target. She stops and leans against an antique lamppost and presses on her chest. Is it the same again? Yes, so the difference was if we fight this dog without any handgun. Or actually, we're trying to chase it, but it's still the same police station. Okay, skip an S. So, we will calm ourselves down. Indeed. Being unable to escape from Silent Hill, Sybil then worried about what she should do next. Since all the people have vanished, she cannot even talk to anyone about what is happening here. I should look for the police station. If the person I was talking on the phone with earlier isn't there. Let's see. It's different. This time it was this. But it still will be a police station, no? I might be able to get some other information there. She has visited this town many times. Following the threads of your memory, she begins walking along the complicated intersection streets. Just how long have I been walking? As she saw the word police appear from out of the fog, your entire body was completely exhausted. Well, despite that the same text, it's different point in the chart. She opened the glass door at the entrance, or maybe dog killed her already. That's why it's different. She opened the glass door at the entrance and heads inside. As she does this, she sees that no one is here. Just as she had expected, the lack of any sound is painful to her ears. After she walked around the reception area for a bit, she moved toward a room that the door had been left open for. The plate beside the door says middle room. Point to the same room at the Brahms station. This one is quite small. She looked around the room. The phone on the hook, or someone here. Alright, what should I select? Cannot see which one is better, which one is worse. Maybe someone is here is better, but I want to know what about the phone. The phone is on the hook. Two long simple folding tables are lined up next to each other in this room, which is about 140 square feet in size. Folding chairs surround the tables. The disorderly state of the chairs makes the empty station seem unnatural. The telephone is on top of the small wooden desk that has been placed in the corner of the room. The telephone receiver is dangling in the air just above the floor, as if it had fallen off. It is bouncing up and down. I wonder if this is the phone that I was connected to. Sybil hands the receiver up. Wait a second, so this means that everyone just disappeared on the town in an instant. Everyone, but where are they? But then picks it back up again and places it against her arm. Of course it's not working. The problem is that the police station is completely empty. Even Sybil, who had been skeptical about the condition of the town up to this point, now had to accept things as they were. She thought, something terrible has happened here. There's a phone. A scribbled memo has been placed next to it. 38 2647? Phone number? Wait a second, I must enter it! What was the phone number again? And there were missing numbers. Oh, wait a second, I can check it on the left. 38, but this. Wait a second. It's asterisk. How can you use asterisk? This is not asterisk here. Oh, it's asterisk? Wait a second, how? Seriously? I had never heard about asterisks on the phone. Oh my god! How to remember this? Okay, let me type it in chat. 78 asterisk, oh 78 38 26 47. That's it. I think it's 26 47. Okay, 3 8 asterisk. Maybe I can enter some other phone number. I remember there were some other numbers or something. Or not. It was something. Sybil hastily repositioned the telephone receiver. Daddy? Cheryl. Cheryl, right? I'm looking for you. Can you hear me? Help me. The telephone is muddled, so Sybil cannot hear it very clearly. Cheryl, I'm coming to help you now. Tell me where you are. In the elementary school. The phone went dead. That was strange. What was that all about? Sybil left the police station. Sybil is once again in the city streets when the snow is falling. That's right. Sybil recalled her conversation with Harry. Oh yes, Sybil. You haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? A little girl? Yes, Cheryl, I wonder if I will be able to rescue her unharmed in this town which has become a nest of monsters. But Sybil is a police officer. To find and protect Cheryl is her responsibility and her mission. Listening to this, Sybil could not sit still, and in the next moment, she was gone. There should be an elementary school on the edge of town. Sybil followed her intuition and decided that Cheryl probably headed for the school after wandering around town. For her training in child philosophy, she has learned that if a child loses their parents or guardian, then the chance is high that they will be drawn to places that they are most used to going. Wait a second, but she had never used this school, so she cannot know where is it and seriously use it. Most used to going places where there are a lot of people. What? However, ahead of her own knowledge, either a bit instinctively or due to a sense similar that to that of a memory coming back, she believed somewhere within her heart that Cheryl was probably at the elementary school. I don't know. This was a child that was acting differently. If we were heading with my relative somewhere and separated, I continue moving into this direction, reaching the goal, etc. Or I can simply return home easily. So that's all. Heading to some school places with many people, it's stupid. No. People are dangerous, you should avoid them. Alright. Sybil may have been drawn here by someone. As she near the elementary school, part of her shirt becomes soaked with calmly sweat. Wait a second. Elementary school, but wait a second, this one was different. It was charged. So it's completely different. This chapter, vacation where we had him. Alright, she becomes soaked with clammy sweat. Is it really okay to go inside? She asked herself this many times. As she reached the edge of the school, runs your conscientious sense. What is this word? Doesn't matter. Of duty as a police officer rolls up within her along with your sense of reason. And she began to walk naturally towards the school. It's now too late for her to turn back. She readies herself, and then using both hands, she pushes the door in front of her open with all her strength. The aged building reeked of a peculiar mildew. However, its insides were much cleaner than she had expected, and Sybil found this a bit surprising. Perhaps it was just the result of her enduring the cold wind for so long, but she had a terrible headache. Sybil pressed her fingers to her temples, and eventually began to walk aimlessly again. Sybil opened a door leading to a long hallway. She looked through the glass windows placed in the doors of the classrooms while slowly walking. There was no sign of shadow. The courtyard is to her right. The landscape is very nice and has been well cared for. The snow has become sleet. It does not look like it will accumulate. In the back of the courtyard says an old-feeling clock tower. However, Sybil is not particularly interested in it. I wonder how Gary is doing. I wonder if the gun I gave him has come in handy. If I cannot meet with Harry after I find Cheryl, then it will be meaningless. We should have made plans to rendezvous somewhere. Sybil thought this, but at this point nothing could be done. At any rate, there was her horrible headache. It is gradually getting worse, dulling her sense of time and space. A sluggishness similar to sleepiness grasped her entire body. Perhaps I'm just dreaming of all of this, Sybil thought. It is difficult for a person to tell whether they are dreaming or not while in a dream. Wait a second, for me it's very easy. Difficult. Maybe difficult, but it's still possible. But for her to accept these conditions is just as difficult. Has no memory of how she got to this town, so it seemed natural for her to think that she has been in a deep sleep since the moment of the motorcycle accident until now. Or possibly from even before then, from the time of the phone call with the Sandhill station, police station, or maybe. While contemplating the many possibilities, Sybil climbed the stairs to the second floor of the school. And then, she heard a melody being played on a piano. She heard the scream of a little girl. Let's select the piano. And then, she heard a melody being played on the piano from one of the classrooms. A nervous look ran across Sybil's face, and at the same time she felt relief. As if being drawn by the sound of the piano, Sybil cautiously moves toward the room. There's a music coming from while feeling along the wall with your hands. Musical. There's what is written on the door. The beautiful melody is definitely being played by someone in this room. Sybil places her hands on the door. At that moment, the music suddenly stopped and the area was enveloped in silence. Who's there? She says this and then opened the door. Inside the center of the room, a grand piano has been placed. The piano appears cramped within the cozy room. No one is sitting in front of the piano. Sybil approaches the piano. Its cover is open and the blacks and whites on the keyboard stand out, almost like smoke. The player of the piano appears to have vanished into thin air. Strange, Sybil mutters behind the curtains. Under the piano, Sybil looked in all the places in the rooms that a person could hide. There's only one entrance to this room. There's no other way to enter this room other than by using the doors that Sybil just came through. Did they jump out of the window? No, this is the second floor. Falling from here would result in more than just an injury. Having become a little spooked, she turned to leave the room. In the next instant, Sybil's heart nearly stopped. At the entrance to the music room, a white-faced girl was sitting still and just looking at Sybil. She appeared to be afraid of something, and her white eyes were filled with tears that looked like jewels. Cheryl? Are you Cheryl? Sybil regained her composure and approached the little girl. She knelt and softly placed her hands on the girl's shoulders, and the girl nodded. My name is Sybil. Your daddy is looking for you. If you don't hurry back to him, your daddy is bringing danger running around this town. Have you seen that ferocious-looking monster? Sybil thought of the monster that she had seen in town as she spoke. Cheryl shakes your head. No. Shakes your head yes. Maybe it's the best choice to say no. Cheryl shakes her head no. I see. Well, at any rate, something strange is happening in this town. All the people have completely vanished. If we don't get out of here soon, then we might disappear as well. Once again, Cheryl shakes her head no. Sybil does not understand what Cheryl means, but continues anyway. I'll protect you. Let's go to your daddy. It's my duty to take you to him. Saying this, Sybil takes Cheryl's hand in hers and they leave the music room. By chance, the two of them happen to look out the window. That's from where they are. The visible courtyard has become completely enveloped in darkness. For it to become night so soon. For a moment, Sybil cannot believe her eyes, but then she was only able to worry about whether she would be able to meet Harry. The two of them walked down the pitch-black hallway. Because of the difference in their strides, their footsteps overlap as they echo. At the moment they approached the entrance to the school grounds, Cheryl spoke directly for the first time. I don't want to live here. I don't want to see my daddy. If we meet, there will be sadness. Should go back, ma'am. Sybil stopped walking and spoke while just staring at Cheryl. It's your daddy. There's no reason that it would be sad for you to see him. If you stay here, then you might get hurt or worse. Things would then be truly sad. Saying that, Sybil begins walking again. After a bit, she stops and adds, "It's Miss, not ma'am." And then the two of them left the school. Just what time is it now? Sybil curses the fact that she forgot her watch at the Brown station. It's probably late at night. She no longer feels the headache or sleepiness from just before. Holding Cheryl's cold hand, Sybil focuses her mind on locating Harry. She figures that Harry was no longer in the cafe, but wonders if maybe he left a memo or something there for her. Compared to Harry, Sybil should know the geography of Silent Hill better because of her profession, however because of the darkness and thick fog that limit her field of vision. She's in a situation in which it's difficult to know even her current position. She had encountered a strange monster on her way to the school, so now she didn't have much confidence in being able to find her way back to the cafe. The sky began to get light while Sybil walked on, contemplated the road to the cafe. This made her think that perhaps time is rapidly passing in this town alone. Also, the fog was present as ever to disgrace visibility. She could see a lot better now. And then, before she knew it, the cafe uh, was right in front of her. Why do you need it here? Okay. Something isn't right. Sybil feels a sense of discord within her. However, her feet continued on as if guided by strong power. To the inside of the cafe. What the heck? Sybil led Cheryl through the entrance of the cafe. The inside of the cafe had been ravaged. The glass windows facing the street were broken, and several tables were knocked on their sides, so Sybil could not move any further. My god, what if Harry is alright? A red pool of liquid reflects vividly in Sybil's eyes. She played that it was not Harry's blood. Harry, it's me, it's Sybil. I found Cheryl. If you are here, then please come out. There's no answer. Sybil had begun to step forward, but then gasped with an Just what is this? The corpse of a brown-colored monster that Sybil has never seen before lies in the center of the pool of red liquid. Several shells were scattered about, which meant that Harry probably had a bottle here. Since Harry was no longer here, she guessed that he defeated this monster and then left to search for Cheryl. Is he hurt? Sybil began to search the area and cautiously moved towards the monster. Maybe search the area. Thinking that perhaps there was a memo, Sybil began her search with the counter. However, there did not appear to be anything there. Maybe Harry left here in a hurry after being attacked by the monster. Sybil looked at Cheryl. With a bloody sand in front of her, Cheryl was surprisingly calm. From time to time, she looked out the window as if she were concerned about something. Well, your daddy is not here. Let's look somewhere else. Sybil took Cheryl's hand, and without a word, they rushed out into the snowy street once again. Ding dong. A church bell is ringing. The bell rings forcefully, almost as if it had been waiting for them to leave the cafe. There are still other people here. Sybil's eyes glittered. This might be Harry's way of telling me where he is. And even if it's not Harry, if there is someone still here in town, then she would like to meet them and hear what they have to say. Sybil's feet naturally pointed toward the church, expecting to find a clue to escape in, and reuniting with Harry, she tightly gripped Cheryl's hand and began to run. Once they arrived at the church, the ringing stopped, and the large door at the entrance began to open from the inside. Sybil then thought that perhaps someone had been watching her movements, and all this time. She looked up at the top of the church and then began to look around nervously until a voice saying, "This way," brought her back to her senses. You again. Sybil faced the angry woman from a distance. The woman once more called out to Sybil, "This way." Sybil mysteriously moved towards the woman. "Were you the one ringing that bell?" The woman's face suddenly twisted and she began laughing loudly. She saw Sybil's perplexed expression, but thought nothing of it and just waved her hands left and right in front of Sybil's face. "I have been waiting for you." have come just as I expected. Sybil cocked her head to the side. Do you live here? The woman nodded and then looked at Cheryl. You have done well to come here. You know, don't you, that it was my doing that caused. And you were hesitant to come alone, weren't you? But in the end, I was able to meet you. It's all thanks to that woman. I don't understand what you're talking about. Sibyl's words may or may not have reached her, but that woman began to laugh loudly again. Hey, tell me, why is there no people here? Why are all these exits from town blocked? I do not know either, but shouldn't you be asking that girl instead? Sybil had a look of what on her face. She looked at Cheryl. Cheryl's face was tearful, and she shook her head back and forth. Sybil looked back at that woman and shouted at her. Stop all this nonsense! I've been pursued by monsters and nearly killed. If I was not protecting this child, then who knows what would have happened to her by now. The past of the wise man, the fool guided to this land through astrology. Everything has been preordained. There's nothing that I can do. You're not holding the child's hand. The child is holding yours. Her anger showing, Sybil went to open her mouth, but at that moment, the woman blocked her. I'm Dahlia Gillespie. With that in hand, I wonder where you will end up going. Have nothing for you and nothing to tell you. You must escape from the demon's grasp as soon as possible. You must find the means to do so for your own sake. There's nothing I can do now. I will pray for your safety. Sybil Bennet. Sybil was shocked to be called by name. As she watched Dahlia quickly depart, she was unable to speak. After Dahlia disappeared behind the door, Sybil regained herself. She tightly held Cheryl's hand and they left the church. Right after they left the church, Cheryl began to speak. Hey, miss, I'm fine by myself now. It's not my first time coming here, and I have met that lady you just saw before. Sybil stops in surprise. What do you mean? I have a place that I want to go, but I can only go alone. If you're with me, I won't be able to go, and then something terrible is sure to happen. Something terrible? Why? Your daddy is looking for you. Until I get you back to your daddy, I cannot leave your side. You're wrong. My daddy must not find me. Someone is waiting for me. In order to meet that person, Sybil let out a short sigh. Okay, the choice. She snaps at and scolds Cheryl, or she kindly admonished Cheryl. Wait a second. First of all, if you take control over Cheryl, we need to scold her, right? I don't know which choice is the worst one. Let's see where we are. Chapter 6. What is the last chapter? 7, 8, and 9. What's the end? Okay, this ending will be the last one. But what should I select? Oh, let's call her. Just stop it and be quiet, Sybil snapped at Cheryl. A child like you should not be left alone in a dangerous town like this. Please do not be so difficult. I'm a police officer. It's my job to return you to your daddy. Please understand. Once more, Sybil began to walk down the foggy streets with Cheryl in tow. At first, Cheryl resisted holding Sybil's hand as hard as she could, but once she released, this was futile. She reluctantly followed along behind Sybil, while wiping away her tears. She muttered something so that it could not be heard. So it was bad choice? Let's go, goodbye? Ah, what she said. Let's select let's go. After walking for a bit, the two of them started to notice that the murmuring of water had begun to interfere with their conversation. Oh, Cheryl stopped walking. Water was splashing up from the strong current in the old aqueduct through the white fog. Due to the bad weather, the water level had risen up to the fortified concrete embankment. So rather than an aqueduct, it was more like an overflowing river that was in a dangerous state. What's that? Girl is drawing? A boy is drawing? Really? Well, the boy must be from DLC. I'm not sure. That's like a boy. A boy stood alone in the current. He was fighting the current and appeared to be holding on to a fragile protrusion with all his might. Yes, look! Cheryl screamed, broke away from Sybil's hand and then began to run toward the boy. Cheryl, that's dangerous! Sybil instantly chased after her. A stone barrier runs parallel to the aqueduct. It's about shoulder wide and about the height of a child. Falling to the right from this barrier could result in injury, and falling to the left would probably result in being swallowed up by the current. Cheryl nimbly ran along the top of the narrow barrier. Wait, that is dangerous! Her words were ineffective. Using her innate physical prowess, Sybil got on top of the barrier. However, she could not run along it as nimbly as Cheryl. By the time Sybil caught up to Cheryl, she was lying prone on top of the barrier and reaching out towards the embankment, trying to grab the boy's hair. That's dangerous. You'll fall in. It's too much for you. You'll save those boys. Help me, miss. Please. Sybil lightly jumps down into the embankment side and is again surprised by the strength of the current. Cheryl is leaning out halfway and looks as if she could fall at any moment and be swallowed by the dark waters. Cheryl, you stay right there and don't move. I'll be sure to save him. Cheryl says nothing, just stares at Sybil. Sybil's food is quickly being eaten away by the strong current. As long as snow continues to pour into the entire town, the aqueduct will certainly continue to overflow. The water is up to Sybil's knees. As the water pulls at her legs, Sybil reaches her hands out toward the boy. The boy's face is covered in the white splashes, so Sybil cannot see it very well. Everything alright, don't worry. Sybil shouts up to give the boy hope, but the boy just appears to be caught on the protrusion like a rock, and perhaps that is the best way to describe him. Sybil eventually grasps the boy's left arm and is relieved a little. Everything is fine, trust me, Sybil says calmly. However, the current of the water is faster than she had imagined. Pulling the boy against the current will not be easy. There is nowhere to grab on and she cannot put any strength into it. The freezing cold is robbing her body its warmth, and her fingertips are going numb. Miss, it's possible! You too will be swept away by the current! Cheryl calls out to Sybil from behind. Sybil has a maternal feeling that she must save this boy, and even if it means she will end up getting swept away. She'll be okay, just a little more. Got it. Sybil gets a firm grasp on the boy's arm and then successfully pulls his small body up. Great. Are you okay? The boy does not answer right away and just takes troubles, breathes over and over. It's not surprising because he just nearly drowned. The boy remains crouched for a bit, but then finally began to speak. You were the one that pushed me. From seeing the look of surprise on Sybil's face, the boy changed his words. Not you, it was that child. The boy rushes at Cheryl. Before Sybil could even think to stop him, the boy grabbed Cheryl's arm and pulled her toward the current. Well, sadly there will be no story about this boy. But at least he is in game. What are you doing? Stop it now! But you know, why don't you tell her to stop? Cheryl falls into the water and begins to be swept away by the strong current. She would have to question the boy later. Sybil stomps as she runs along the concrete to keep up with Cheryl. Cheryl! Well, Sybil's weak shouts were replaced by the sound of the water splashing. She slips and ends up in the whirlpool of the strong current and is swallowed in the dark waters along with Cheryl. Dead end? Wait a second. Everyone died again? Everything is dark. There's not even a single sound. Sybil cannot tell whether her eyes are open or closed. The hand gripping Sybil's hand suddenly moved. I may have used you, Mist. Sybil made a face like what? And immediately asked, "What are you saying?" Spy was against it. You're a good person, so I didn't want to get you wrapped up in this. But in the end, I have made you suffer. I guess that is the same thing as getting you involved? Sybil smiles. I have said it many times, but it's my job to get you back into your father's custody. Getting me involved or what's not, it's not a problem. You're wrong, miss. Silence flows between the two of them. As for what Daddy will do and so on, those are issues that do not even compare to what I'm dealing with. My own personal issue. It's something that I should never ever tell anyone. Something very important. I've thought about it for so long. I have been confused by it for so long. However, maybe I can tell you about it, miss. The reason why there's no one in town. The reason why I don't want to see my daddy. And also, my true. Once again, there's silence. You true? You true what? Do you know something? However, that question is not answered. True identity, maybe. And then, the low sound of a motor. This is sound of motor runs through the floor and caused a slight square in Sybil's stomach. To his front, she has only a glimpse of a single shaft of light. The light singly extends up and down, eventually expands to the left and right, revealing a small room. It is an elevator. The elevator doors have opened wide, and it sits ready, almost as if it has come for Sybil. Sybil and the girl are lit by its light. And then, Sybil found the grip of the girl that she was holding on to become weak. No, wait, an illusion, no. The two of us are definitely holding hands. Sybil looked toward the girl. Her entire body was paralyzed with a chill. Powerlessly, Sybil sank down in that very spot. Her vision is hazy. The color drains from her entire body, I believe. The girl is not there in the light. The thing that Sybil is holding on to, it is... Sybil suppressed a shriek. It was a green jelly-like object? What? It was a slightly dirty but familiar doll. I prefer a doll. It was a slightly dirty but familiar doll. Countless blue fireworks went off in front of Sybil's eyes. Memories of the past. Unforgettable memories. Memories that should have been tightly sealed away with her. She was holding the doll tightly. Sybil had hidden in the closet. Through the crack, a familiar scent. Her parents shot in the head and the blood-soaked carpet. The low laugh of a man. Interesting. So this game is very good addition to the original story. It reveals so many things here. She held the doll over her mouth. and suppress the urges to scream that assaulted her from time to time, and so she had somehow survived. She had survived. Why is the doll from that time here? Why? Why is it here? That's the reason she became a policewoman. That incident had largely impacted her future. Cheryl was gone, and all that was left was the unpleasant feeling of memories she thought that she had forgotten. I'm losing my mind. She saw it alone inside the elevator. The town, along with the lives of several people, had been swallowed up within the devil's dark garb. Hmm? It did indeed. Well, I didn't set them right intentionally, but at the same time, yeah, I don't think that's from Twin Peaks, and now I think why not? Didn't it? Okay, but actually, it's not a red light. They completely black. I'm just no, they're not red. They're black. So I have a light that turns it red. I will show you 1 second. Um, so let's see. Where's my phone? I'll use the white light here, and you can see that it's completely black actually. Indeed. Let's turn back. So, I wanted to use the real red one, but if you set the real red, it will be, I don't know, too bright and looks very unnatural. In this case, I actually think that in Twin Peaks, they also were black, and they used the red lamp to turn them red. This is the only way to make the light perfect in this background. Alright, let's see. Inside the small box, she counts her breathing while shaking her shoulders hard. First of all, I should look for Harry, and then work with him to escape from this wretched world. Oh, by the way, I just maybe 6 months ago played Mizuno Falls, and its plot is definitely Twin Peaks. Japanese horror games. Why ruined all the magic? Magic? Well, the magic is that it's actually black, not red. If it was really red, it would be not a magic, but something realistic. Quite a bit of time passed since the one lamp had gone out on the floor display. For some vibration, she could tell that she was descending, but even still, this had gone on for too long. Staring at the display of B1, she had pushed her back against the wall and slumped. Is there something in the basement of this building, deep in the ground? And if Sybil was brought here, then what was the reason? Eventually, the elevator begins to gradually slow its descent, and at the same time that it comes to a complete stop, the B1 lamp lights up, and then it turns open. By the way, it reminds me of the series that was called Odyssey something. It was the beginning, when he lost his consciousness, almost dying. He was descending the elevator to the B1, B2, next were letters for some reason, A, Z, etc. Until he reached a parallel world. Sybil Dahlia felt this series of movements. Wait a second, what is this? With the doors open, the lights that illuminate the passage that extends in front of you bursts into the elevator. Sybil begins to walk forward. It almost looks like that light is supporting her from behind. It is cold. Also, she is just walking down a corridor. It is like one in a jail. Sybil's heart beats irregularly. Eventually, a single door appears. The passage ends with this door. perhaps all the mysteries of B1 will lie in this room. I didn't want to get you wrapped up in this. The voice of the girl flitted about in the back of Tibbles' mind. What was the girl's goal? And where's Harry? Perhaps Harry has come here in the game same manner as well. Or she had a feeling that by opening this door, the many questions rolling about in her head would all be put to rest. Sybil summoned forth her courage and placed her hand on the door. It is hot, and Sybil immediately takes her hand off the knob. Something is burning beyond this door. It is impossible to open this door by hand. Just from touching the door, the palm of Sybil's hand strangely hurts. She kicks the door with all her might, with a hopeful feeling. She continues to kick the door over and over with the thick sole of her boot. Finally, the knob breaks, and the door forcefully opens inward. At the same time, hot wind sinks Sybil's hair. Oh, it's bad ending. And then Sybil saw it. The room is about as large as a movie theater. Fire has spread all through it and has begun to collapse. Beyond the debris and flames, a man is holding something to his chest and heading toward another exit in order to get out. Maybe it's good ending. And just as he reached the exit, vigorously burning flames lit the side of his face. It was unmistakably Harry, or unfamiliar man. Familiar man can only be Kaufman, so let's select Harry. It was unmistakably Harry. Harry. Sybil's voice wasn't a scream. Without breaking away, she ran into the room, which had become hell-like. A piece of rubble enveloped in flames fell right in front of her. Sybil had fallen back on her behind, but instantly stood up, moved around the obstacle, and proceeded further into the room. However, she had lost Harry. Harry, she once again yelled out his name. Someone has collapsed at her feet. A girl dressed in a white clothing is lying face down. Her back moves up and down, along with her breathing. Sybil stops, kneels down, and lays her hands on the girl's shoulder. Are you okay? If you stay here, you'll be burned to death. Hurry and get up. Girl just remains face down and does not even try to look up. Sybil forcefully lifts the girl's shoulders up, and then her face freezes. The girl is the one that she was just dealing with. The girl's name suddenly rises up with her memory. Cheryl. Cheryl, why are you here? Sybil carries Cheryl's small body and heads for the exit. Cheryl has suffered serious burns on her entire body. If they don't get out quickly, then not only Cheryl but Sybil as well will be burned to ashes. Black smoke rises from Cheryl's white clothing. The girl is just barely conscious, and her face is pale. Part of her hair is burned, and her what can be right is red and swollen. I don't know, right arm. Sybil sheds tears. Sounds of explosions, there sound from all directions, and the floor shakes and rumbles. Sybil holds the burned girl close to protect her. And in order to save the faint life in front of her, Sybil risks her own life. Sybil devotes herself completely to her current goal, and she considers this to be her duty. Sybil avoids debris as she heads toward the exit. At the same time, she thinks. The man she just saw seems to have just abandoned this girl, and if that is the case, Sybil finally arrives at the exit and places her foot on the wide staircase that extends in front of her, and then she races up it. From behind, the loudest explosion yet occurs. A steel fight just behind Sybil and is closing in on her. As she climbed the long staircase, Sybil has a goal of reaching the light coming from above the ground. Or perhaps she just senses that it's her last hope. So she runs stronger and faster up the stairs. Sybil glances down at Cheryl's face. The end? Just very abrupt end. What if I select right now the different choice? Like it was a no man. Let's skip this. If it was a no man, it could be only a Kaufman, no? What more cards? Can be a lot of cards. Let's see. I need to skip all of this until I can open flowchart. Actually, it's very good that I added the flowchart, because without it, it would be very hard to play. Still can't open it. It's still not possible. Come on. Still not. Okay, maybe it's inside the coffee. Okay, here it is. Wait a second, I still didn't unlock the last chapter? Very strange. Looks like it will be the same outcome, just a no man here. Is there definitely one more chapter here? So despite that I was trying to get the best ending, I think I just didn't need to scold here or something. Well, let's check this choice. And a familiar man. It's not Harry. It's a slightly plump, middle-aged man, so it's Kaufman for sure. Man is holding what looks like a white paper bag. White paper bag to his chest and is running out of the room. Wait, small screams. The man glances toward him, but continues rushing out. Sybil begins to run in order to chase him, but almost stumbles over something and then stops in her tracks. Someone is collapsed at her feet. Okay, it's totally the same. Let's see. Yeah, totally the same, so let's skip all of this. Yeah. Alright. I got it now. Okay, let's check if I don't scold him. Let's see. And that will be the last ending for the day. We'll continue, of course, tomorrow. Until everything will be done. Except this DLC. I think nobody was able to, I don't know, clone it. It was downloaded to the game cartridge. With some device. Maybe it was a cartridge, I don't know. So there must be a dump of it, maybe in the future. Can't believe that it was lost forever. Come on. Maybe there's some secret skip button, I don't know. Okay, here it is. What was calling here? What is this choice? Inside the meeting room. Inside the school. There. Cafe again. Leaving the church. This one, I think. Or not? Ah, no, it's Sherry's Matron, so it's this one. She kindly admonishes Cheryl. Hey, wait, come on, Cheryl. Sybil made an effort to calmly end Cheryl speaking. You must have just had a bad dream or something, but something more frightening is actually occurring in this town. Come on, please, take my hand. Cheryl placed your small hand in Sybil's palm. I'll protect you, no matter what, so you're safe, okay? Once more, Sybil began to walk down the foggy street with Cheryl in tow. Okay, it's totally the same. There's actually no difference. Okay, until the next choice. Let's go. So now I will say goodbye. Sybil and Cheryl wandered the town, literally with no destination. Their cheeks were numb, so they no longer even felt the cold burden of the snow. Well, it's definitely a different choice, for sure. From time to time, Sybil would look back to check on Cheryl. The girl just followed Sybil with her head down. Are you hungry? She asked this because she thought Cheryl might be sulking. But Cheryl just muttered, I'm fine. After walking for a bit, the girl suddenly stopped. I'm tired. Sybil's strength had begun to fade, so she saw that this could be the case with Cheryl as well. Must not compare my body with Cheryl's small one. The two of them sat down on a bench on the sidewalk. Thanks to the nearby tree, towering above the bench, the snow could no longer fall directly on them. As soon as Cheryl sat down on the bench, she fell asleep. She's probably very tired from all the uncertainty and stress. Sybil held the girl's body close to so that she would not freeze, or began to look for a safe building to rest in. Oh. Well, it's more logical to find some building. And also, not holding her so she will disappear, maybe. So, selecting B this time. Sybil started at Cheryl's small body for a bit. And so, they were out of the snow. Cheryl's clothes were not warm enough for the mid-winter temperatures. Mid-winter, with just a little snow. Are you kidding me? If unlucky, then she might be deprived of even her life. Perhaps there's some place warm somewhere. Sybil leaves Cheryl sleeping on the bench and walks around towards the nearby houses trying the doors. No good, the door is locked, and this one too, and this one as well, they're all locked. So, I don't know, hit them with your legs? You would. The doors are sealed on all the houses living in the area. There might be someone inside, but there's no way to check. After walking for a while, Sybil discovers a garage door that is partially open. The inside cannot be said to be warm, but it's probably better than that bench. Sybil quickly returns to Cheryl. She's still here. Cheryl sleeping on the bench just as she was before. Cheryl, please get up. You'll catch cold out here. I found a good place. Let's go there. She lightly tries shaking Cheryl's body. There's no reaction. She died? Cheryl? Possible. Sybil places her right hand on Cheryl's chest. Impossible, this cannot be. Cheryl's heart is not beaten. And also, the small body has no warmth at all. This can't be. It's such a short time. Why? Sybil carries Cheryl's body and looks around to see if there's a hospital nearby. Wait, calm down. On the edge of town, there should be a large hospital. We've got to hurry. There may not be any doctors there, but there may still be some medicine. Within the scope of my knowledge, perhaps I can do something. Well, if the heart is not beaten, that's kinda like 3 minutes and that's all. Sybil saw this, and then began to run. However, as soon as she began to run, Sybil felt something wrong with her own body. It was very sudden, and she felt pains that she could not understand. Like morning sickness, she's filled with a desire to vomit. It's as if Some living thing that is not her is living inside her. Body feels smart. Body feels smart. My body feels smart. Something I don't know what, but something evil is here, somewhere inside me. Begin to make a nest, one cell at a time, begin to consume me, and yet it doesn't hurt. My body is on fire, my body is on fire. My eyes feel like they're going to melt. My eyes hurt, my eyes are on fire. Often coming from my stomach, slightly dirty doll. Where are my parents? Have they already escaped? Since when? Why here? A wheelchair? Something. Don't know what, but something evil is here. Somewhere inside me. Begin to make a nest. One cell at a time. Begin to consume me. And yet it doesn't hurt. My body is on fire, my body is on fire. It feels like fire is going to shoot from my eyes. My eyes hurt. My eyes on fire. Laughing. Coming from my stomach. Slightly dirty doll. My parents have already escaped. It keeps saying the same, just background is different. Since when? Why here? I'm sitting in a wheelchair, a roar, a dark sky. Something is spinning. He has come to me. The man's name is. He said it was Harry. Okay, is he going to kill us or not? Definitely Harry is what he said it was. Hand is on my hip, hard, cold. Try taking it out. Is this how I hold it? Should. It should. The man in front of you. If I destroy him, it was a merry-go-round. If I saw that many eyes were watching, I pulled the trigger. Something seems to have torn the man's flesh. Wait, please wait, I must not shoot that man. In this world, he's my only friend. Kill me, I can no longer control myself. My body is acting on its own. Kill him, kill, you must kill him. Something small has passed through me. It doesn't hurt. It hurts. My clothes are soaked. I will die. Protect the girl. Fell to the ground. I bounced once and cannot move. This is my body? Why? I cannot control it. Some small creature got inside me at some time, bites through my belly and leaves me. In my fading consciousness, I can see Harry shaking me. Harry has stopped moving. He looks at me and whips. Then he begins to move toward something off in the distance that looks like a dimly shining girl. I'm okay, can still move. The thing that came out of me is heading for its next target, and I know who that will be. If I cannot let Harry know this, then something horrible will happen, but I cannot speak. It's because a bullet went through the side of my lung, so I cannot put any power into my voice. Harry has begun to run, not yet dead, but he thinks that I am. What? Hello, Affinity Chris. Thank you for the raid. Despite that it's very late, I was thinking I'll get another ending here. And maybe end it, the stream, but thank you for the raid. Even if I must grow, I must move on. Shirley is in danger. I must get there first. Harry will get there soon enough, but I must get there before then. Super excited that I'm playing this game. Did you play it yourself? And welcome, Raiders. And I must stop him. I'm still constantly getting bad endings non-stop. Sybil somehow managed to stand up, but staggers and falls back down to the floor. However, she decides to summon the last of her strength in order to save the girl that she was moving with for a bit. Cheryl. Really? And I'm playing it for the first time. She stands up again, and her entire body is set with serum pain. I also know that there's DLC about Andy, who I already saw here, but it's lost forever, it's not possible to play it. So, I'm not sure if it's possible to unlock all the cards, but I will try, for sure. Alright, but Sybil does not fall down. She pressed her left hand to her chest and begins to walk with great effort. She follows the trail of the evil creature that came out of her and escapes from the amusement park through the open door of a garage dump. A long staircase to the basement. Just where does it lead to? She rests her hand on the wall and from time to time squats down where she is standing as she continues forward with her strong will. Eventually, a long corridor appears in front of her. The passage spreads out like a blood vessel of the town's underground. Who could have made this? I mean, being led somewhere? Wait a second, she's still alive for some reason. It's too late. My legs are unsteady and colors disappear from my view. Monochrome underground passage, and from time to time, a storm of mixed noise. A warm breeze ruffles Sybil's blonde hair. Somewhere far off, at the end of this passage, something is burned. It's dangerous, however, it's because it's dangerous that Sybil must all the more face it. The girl is being held prisoner. Up to this point, Sybil did not notice a single signal from the girl that she was with, and for this reason, she's angry with herself. When did I run into that small monster? At the school? The cover of the bench? I tried to kill her. What of the unseen force that tried to make me stop him? It's hot. The basement is shaking. Is it an earthquake or is Sybil hallucinating? An explosion. Light flashes from the front, and at the same time, your cheeks become covered in heat. It's close. Final. Something is happening. The door at the end of the passage is slightly open. If I can get in there. Sybil thinks, oh, there's another choice. I can still make it in time. 3 choices. I've got to hurry, or wait, should I go in there? Or things will happen as they will. Anyway, I'll check all the choices, so maybe... and still make it in time. Can still make it in time. Someone is here. I sense them. I have made it here. I can still make it in time. Sybil collapses. It's just only a bit farther to go. Sybil realizes that she is not breathing. The oxygen is. Instead, her skin is burned to ash by the flames. Sybil crawls. She continues to crawl, and when she finally reaches a door, a man is in the center of the room, and a familiar girl is passing something to her. Then fills Sybil's eyes. Harry holds something darling at his chest. It's a baby. Harry holds it as if it's his own, or maybe he's singing of it as shadow. He smiles a bit. It will go on forever. It's a mistake. Perhaps Sybil was the only one to release this. He must not accept that baby. It will go on forever with the spin of the world and time. The baby represents the beginning. It's a devil. Look into its eyes and you can tell. Well, it's Heather for sure. Look closely into its eyes. Hurry. The baby's eyes are... Sybil was unable to convey this to him. She could not even move, much less speak. The nightmare will begin again. Nightmare that cannot be stopped. And when it's known to be a nightmare, Sybil is headed to her death. Her vitality is rapidly fading. The world is ending. Looking at it subjectively, the act of one's body dying is the same as the world dying. When their 5 senses no longer provide information, humans know the end of the world. The world is within the self and also a part of the self. However, when Sybil lost consciousness was the last time she knew completely different truths than what she was expecting. Just then, It's even worse than the previous one. But I don't like that I need to skip the prologue and there's no skip button like in modern games. Just one single card? It's not much. Well... no. One more time? Check the other two choices? I don't know. I can. Let's skip all of this. There must be a skip button. No? Not at all. It's not possible even to just hold it. Must constantly click on this. Yeah, sadly. And alright. Okay, now. Well, it still says that there's one more chapter at the end, right? Because it must be something on the right. This. How fire shimmers in the darkness. The door in flames. The resolution said the door on days. Which one I was doing? Oh, this one I already did. So this one. Wait a second. Why it's just a choice and nothing else? I just reached the game over? Didn't get it. Okay, let's click on this. Wait, should I go on there? B this time? Should I go? Someone is trying to kill me. I must not go. I must not obey. I will stop. I have now released that this is madness. Sybil crumbles in the spot where she was standing. Flames burn through her clothes, and then they jump to Sybil's body. It's hot, but she can no longer move. The entire passage that Sybil is in is enveloped in flames. She does not even know any way to get out. There's not even a place for her consciousness. And that was all. No, the next day, in an article from Brahm's region paper, early this morning, a burned corpse that is thought to be a woman's was discovered on a path in the North Brahms forest. The body has several external injuries, and parts of it were reduced completely to ash. It appears that identification of the body will take quite some time. Additionally, in the area around the bodies there was no sign of fire and no trace of gasoline, kerosene, or other oil-based substance. For this reason, the Brahms Police Department is hurrying to identify the body, has launched a full-scale investigation into the cause of death. Well, it would be more logical if they found that she burned to death due to a motorcycle incident, but no! It's a different place. Okay, now to the end. And the third choice. What? In two cards? Interesting. Wait a second, it's possible to select something else. Only continued games, there's nothing else. So continue. Again, watching this. So after this game there was only second and third Silent Hill. And nothing in between, right? Until 4. Wonder, is it possible to play the first game on Windows 11? Let's better use PlayStation 2. Just retro? How's it just retro? Well, let me see what was actually it is. Let's see, view info. According to this info, it is... Now what it is? Psychonauts. Psychonauts. So there's no category for this game, just retro? Not sure. Was using retro only before. Now I just select on category if it exists. And usually it exists. Okay, so another choice. So now I got this one. Why the first choice is leading to nothing? Kinda strange. Things will happen as they will. At any rate, I should go. If I stay here, I will be burned to death. Sybil continues forward while breathing freely. And Sybil finally reaches a door. Wait a second, it's totally the same. A man is in the center of the room. A familiar girl is passing something to her. But now it's on chart? I didn't see it before. The scene fills Sybil's eyes. Harry holds something dirty at his chest. It's baby. Harry holds it as at his own. When he sings at Sybil, he smiles. It's a mistake. Perhaps Sybil was the only one to release this. Master of the sky. Totally the same text, no? She'll go on forever. Spinning the world with key. Baby size. Demon. Wait a second, it's different text now. My bad, so he noticed this time. Let's read everything. Perhaps Sybil was the only one to release this. He must not accept that baby. It will go on forever with the spinning of the worlds and time. The baby represents the beginning. It's a devil. Look at its eyes and you can tell. Somewhere on the last of her strings, Sybil stands. She must tell him. She must tell Harry of his mistake. One of Sybil's arms has already caught fire and indigo smoke is rising from it. Harry! Sybil struggles towards Harry. Harry is just beyond her extended left arm. Look closely at its eyes, Harry. At the baby's eyes. Is what she had planned to say, but all that came from her mouth were unintelligible shrieks. Once Harry takes notice of Sybil, he is surprised, places the baby at his feet, and walks over to Sybil. Harry, listen, that baby is... Harry takes the handgun from his hip. I thought I killed you, but yet you are still alive. No, Sybil, a real person. Even though I cannot speak, even though I have been shot in the chest, even though one of my arms is burning, I'm still alive. Sybil heard the familiar sound of gunfire. At the same time, she felt a sudden impact on her forehead. So, are you planning to play Revelation 2 again? Only weird red suddenly returned to what had been a monochrome world. There's no strength in her body. Her body falls like a doll's. Her broken face forcefully hits the ground with a smash. It's kinda strange that the ending is kinda somewhere in the third chapter. Well, at least you can play it from the third chapter, there's no need to replay the game from the very beginning. I can see Harry. He's walking this way. Behind him I see a baby. It's looking at me. Harry gently closes Sybil's eyes with the palm of his hand. Was his final consideration for her. The world is ending. Looking at it subjectively, the act of one's body dying is the same as the world dying. And say five senses. Okay, this was the same text. This I don't remember. However, when Sybil lost consciousness for the last time, she knew a completely different truth than what she was expecting. Then, okay, I can check one last time. This thing, this choice on the bench. So instead of going somewhere, just sit here. Maybe there will be no difference. It's not a gamepad, it's Game Boy Advance. The original one. I'm playing using it. It's turned on, as you can see, the green light. So, the real game console. That's it. Prefer to use the real hardware. So this game was released for Game Boy Advance, so I'm using Game Boy Advance. So it's connected to GameCube, and GameCube is connected to the capture card. And I'm using a flash card, EverDrive GBA Mini or something. That's it. So no, it's acting as a controller, so it's connected to GameCube. GameCube has add-on which is called Game Boy Player. So flash cards are inside the Game Boy Player. Game Boy Player is connected to GameCube, and Game Boy Advance to GameCube as well. After this, it's go to upscale, from upscale to capture card, from capture card to the PC, from PC to the Steam. The only way to play it by using this. Well, and as I understand, it's not possible to use the original Game Boy Color, but maybe it's possible to use it to transfer, for example, Pokemons. Well, at least I will try. Oh yeah, what am I doing here? Where is this bench? Not this one. Even here? Cheryl Matrin. No, it's there. It was here. Although, as you can see, it will be totally the same. Just slightly different. And same for this one, but let's check. This is the last one, and I'm going to sleep because it's almost 1 AM. It's past midnight. So, let's see. Held the girl's body close so that she would not freeze. She holds the girl's shoulders close, and while stroking her head, simply struck with the feeling that the warmth is being absorbed out of her. Sudden sleepiness, even though we are out of the snow at this rate, will freeze to death if a human's body temperature drops below 98.6 Fahrenheit. Then they will fall into dangerous state. Even if the ambient temperature does not drop below freezing, human... what? Still freeze to death. Human CA, what could it be? Even if the ambient temperature does not drop below freezing, a human... something still freeze to death. Sybil recalled a lecture that she had attended long ago. However, even though she knew that this Sybil's body was conveniently refusing her will, becoming one with the hardwood of the bench and getting heavier. Cheryl is awake, even though her eyes are closed. From the expression of her face, it looks like she's staring at me. Like sinking to the bottom of the ocean, Sybil's consciousness grows distant. My body feels weird. Okay, it's totally the same now. So I think there will be no difference, so let's skip all of this. Maybe I'll get another card? Who knows? Actually doubtable. No, he'll be shooting here. How to get the ending when he will be use the liquid? Hmm? Nokia Engage. Elder Scrolls 1 Gauge. Actually planning to play several Engage games, but I think only on emulator. Okay, it's totally the same, there's nothing else here. So let's take this one, it will be faster, right? Alright, and no new cards. Let's see. Yeah, nothing else. Alright. Will I able to finish tomorrow? Maybe I'll try to start earlier. I don't know if it's possible to get all the cards. Maybe 6 are not available. Or maybe 6 will be added later if you download the DLC. I can't download it. So how much did I finish? 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I finished just 100%. Maybe 2 more streams, I don't know, to get them all. And actually I was trying to get all the civil endings, because for Harry Mason I think it's like the main game more important. Your story is maybe the same amount or even shorter. I cannot stop it, isn't it? Also there's no music on the ending screen because I failed by switching capture cards. Okay, let's check one last ending and that's all. One last choice. The one where Harry actually died. And that will be all for the day. What was this glitch? I don't know. When you're clicking it too fast, it's glitching out. So it's completely skipping this chapter, by the way. The choice is here. But it maybe will be just slightly different. Let's see. So, there's a staircase leading to the basement. There was not a room there, just inside the doorway. There was a staircase leading to the basement. It's not lit, so from your position, you cannot judge how far down it goes. One single phrase? Well, usually in all the visual novels there's one single true ending. And sometimes it's not possible to get it until you die twice, get some better ending. For example, in the first Zero Escape, you must check out at least one ending specific about the save until the true ending will be unlocked. So you'll get game over after you finally reach the end of the story. But usually, if it's some good visual novel, I'll check everything. Like in Teeny Bunny or... what else did I play? Oh yeah, Everlasting Summer. But sometimes, like... what else did I play? Something for PlayStation 1. One end was enough for me, because it was some kind of dating sim and dating sims are not interesting to play. There's like no plot, just dating. And some RPG in it. So one ending was enough. Upon first glance, Sybil senses that this door was not opened by Harry. From the inside, someone came up the stairs, and then she became sure of this. There was a large blood stain on the knob, on the inside of the door. Sybil descends the long staircase while keeping one hand on the wall. For what reason did someone make this? The staircase leading to the bowels of the earth, extending down from it, from the first floor, what seemed like a normal hospital. She's paying very close attention to make sure not to lose her step. Hmm? Shut down memories? Hmm. 12 endings? Or 12 variants? Well, for the first Silent Hill, I only got a true ending when Sybil actually died, but he's saving his daughter, the UFO ending, and I thought I didn't show anything else on stream. Despite that, I played it one more time because to unlock the UFO ending, you must get the best ending plus. Anyway, for the second third Silent Hill, of course, I unlock all of them. Playing on this insane difficulty, oh my god. She gets the feeling that she has been descending for quite a long time. Suddenly, the staircase ends and flat ground is then under her feet. But for Resident Evil Revelation 2, actually, I didn't want to play it twice. So one good ending was okay. Sybil almost tripped without releasing it. Okay, it's totally the same, right? No, it's different. Wait a second, it's additional chapter here. Look at this. Finally reached it. It is hot. Somewhere something is burning. To her front. Far off in front of her, a small red light can be seen. The red light is swaying. It wriggles like a hand waving someone to come forth. After the chilly lobby, the heat is unmanageable. The extraordinary heat feels almost as if magma from within the earth has arisen. By the way, I'm actually thinking to play Shattered Memories on original Wii, despite that it might be hard. I actually don't like this Wii controller, Wii Motion. First of all, there's significant input lag when I was playing this Umbrella and Darkside Chronicles. But anyway, swinging it in front of me is a microphone. How can I use it? Because of it, Sybil has to bend down as she walks from time to time. The room is not far now. Sybil's sleeves have caught fire. The fire is gradually spreading around her footing, and Sybil's entire body is engulfed in flames. She may or may not have released this. Sybil continues forward. As she entered the room, she noticed two people, Dahlia and a girl dressed in blue. The two of them are facing each other amongst the blazing flames, staring at each other's expressions. When the two of them notice Sybil's presence, they turn to face her. Dahlia looks surprised and the girl looks calm. The expressions are in contrast to each other. Not a single word was spoken. Sybil approached the two, reads something in the eyes of the girl, pulls her gun from a pocket, and then places the muzzle against Dahlia's something for her head. I don't know. What was this? When she came to Sybil, when she came into, I don't know, conscience, Sybil was sleeping on a small bench in the cafe. Cheryl is standing next to her, gazing out the window at the steady falling snow. A bike is waiting outside of the cafe for Sybil. Its engine is running. Cheryl smiles brightly at Sybil, opens the door of the cafe, and disappears into the fog. Sybil runs out after her. What was this ending? That was very strange. Maybe I got a new card. Yeah, I got it. Just a single one. Indeed. Alright, so that's all for today. Tomorrow I'll continue it, of course. Let's see, who can I rate? If you have some suggestions who should I rate, you can tell me. If not, I can check someone. Why is this opening so short? Okay, so Wormwood, Cheetah. Well, Cheetah has less viewers, so I will rate him this time. Usually, I always rating someone with less viewers. Cheetah Rengon. What? And thank you for the rate, of course. Thank you for stopping by. Cheetah Rengon. Despite that I am not speaking clearly English. 5 years ago was not speaking it at all. Alright, that's all for today. Thank you for stopping by, everyone. Name Rabba. Chris, Monte Carlo. Yeah, I saw it as a message. And bye. Okay. So Arcade I will play. I played it, but don't know when exactly. I need to check the when this game were released to play them in order. And I already played the first 3 games. I mean, first, second, and third one. Of course. Bye. See ya.